introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Dr. Alex Babara. I'm an academic, at the same time, I'm a consultant, the head of operation division called SOPS, and the human resources management and education consultants. Happy to be here, and I look forward to having wonderful experiences in this training. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have Esther Oyekunle unmute and introduce herself. Esther, please. While Esther is getting set to introduce herself, Etukudo Charles, get ready to introduce yourself. So, Charles, you have the floor, please. While he's doing that, please, Mr. Femi Gandonu, one of our council members, you're also here, I can see you. So get ready to introduce yourself after this.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Etukudo Charles. I am the Chief Consultant of Goshen Support Services. It's good to be here. I believe we're all going to get the best from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are going to take two more persons. After Mr. Femi, we may just take, can I get a female here? Okay, we may just take a Kerry Inyenobong. So, Mr. Femi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Femi Gandonu, a fellow of the Institute and a Chief Executive Consultant of Charter Consulting. I'm joining from Abuja. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Enyinyobong, sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. I even know. So you have the floor now. Okay. For those who their mics are unmuted, please make sure during the section you put your speakers on mute so that you don't have any interference. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go straight to the business of today. My name, we have introduced ourselves. My name is Nakwe Augustine. I am the program coordinator of the Integrated Institute of Sorry about that. I am the program coordinator of the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, where we are. And today will be a very interactive as well as impactful day. And this session will be very interactive too. This is the business development for management consultants. And this, from the name, shows that it is going to be really impactful. It's really a impactful program. So, dear friends, we welcome you. I have looked at the chat room and I was so amazed by the caliber and category of people I saw there. Everybody here who is present for this program is really highly placed, and we appreciate you for the interest, and we say congratulations to you for taking this bold step to registering for this program. It is a step that you will not regret. For those who have attended one training or the other that has been organized by IIPM, I guess you'll be a witness to the fact of what I am saying and what I am going to say after this. I'm making this promise before we start that today we are going to be delivering even beyond your expectation. I hope your expectation is humanly achievable. So we are going to deliver. And this is a promise we are making to you. So we thank you for your interest in joining today. So dear professors, doctors, public servants, private workers, I even saw some religious leaders of different religious sects, denominations, and movements, prospective consultants, fellow consultants, and dear friends. A very good afternoon to you. You are welcome to this institute, as I have previously stated. I will be running through a couple of announcements to us, and I just urge us to please pay attention. We just encourage and admonish us to be active, be conscious in the attendance of this program. We want your active and conscious participation so that you will not have to lose out. A second really matters here. I'll be taking you through the different announcements that we have prepared for you. We'll be talking about the program, but first about the institute. For those who are meeting us for the first time, the Integrated Institute of... Sorry, I was just told that my screen is not visible, so let me work on that now and get... All right, thank you very much. I guess we can see my screens now. If you can see my screen, please, if you're here and you can see my screen on the page about us, go to the chat room and let me see you type 11. If you can see my screen. If my screen is visible, let me see you type 11 so that I will know we are here together and nobody is left out. Okay, 1111. Excellence, Larry, Malik. Oh, they are coming in. So it shows you can see my screen. So I'm just introducing us to the institute. The Integrated Institute of Professional Management, IIPM, is a world-class professional training and certification institute with an international reputation, legally registered in Nigeria. The registration number is displayed also on my screen and your screen, and registered according to the KAMA Act of 1990 of the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, with the sole objective of improving the degrading quality of human capital in Africa for the purpose of increased personal and organizational effectiveness, efficiency, optimized productivity, and increased profitability. IIPM is approved by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, and accredited by the National Council for Management Development, Nigeria, Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA, and Society for Human Resource Management, USA. IIPM is strategically positioned to provide value-driven training with globally recognized certifications, I beg your pardon, and membership license. IIPM strategically networks with individuals and organizations all across the globe to ensure that our clients have the best of offering at the most cost-effective rates. Our focus is building skills, talents, character, and capacity of individuals and organizations through value-embedded trainings and certifications in management, effective leadership development, practical entrepreneurship, and strategic business management. Now we'll move to the services we provide or we render at IIPM. Training and certification, executive coaching and consulting, membership, HR outsourcing, customer service, safety and project management training and consulting, educational programs, mini MBA and professional MBA programs, information technology, amongst others. For today's program, the training content, the business development program for consultants has been organized basically to target the following categories of people: the business consultants, also for business owners, intending business owners, and or those in the academia, prospective consultants, and also business owners, like I mentioned before. This program can be summarized as the ideas, initiatives, and activities that help make the role of business consulting better. This includes advising on the best possible ways of increasing revenues, growth in terms of business expansion, increasing profitability by building strategic partnership and making strategic business decisions. It also braces them up for a do-it-yourself approach in managing your businesses or learning how to manage your businesses respectively. The objectives of this training: by the end of this training, all of you who are present here, who are the participants, will be able to develop a feasible and cost-effective consulting models. You will be able to create high-demand consulting products and services, work out an effective pricing, sales, and marketing strategies that will guarantee great sales and client retention. Set up and run a profitable consulting firm anywhere in the world. Diagnose business models, and finally, you'll be able to consult for consultants. The duration of this training will take you through a period of 2 days at a minimum of 4 hours per day. Very value-filled, I repeat. The terms and conditions of this training: you'll be able to gain access to 1 day of this training. To gain access to just a day of this training is 100% free. Secondly, to access day 2 of this training, participants will be requested to pay a minimum, just like a token, your contribution of $5,000, or its equivalent in dollars, $15. Training materials, templates, and certification are available at highly discounted rates of 30,000 Naira instead of 125,000 Naira that it goes for, even in this institute. You'll get to know why while the program unfolds. Sequel to the above, members of IIPM will be paying only a total of 20,000 Naira, or its equivalent $60. That is 5,000 Naira to access the day 2 of the training, and 15,000 Naira or $35 for training materials, templates, and certification. This is only for the members of this institute. We want you to note this, therefore, all funds generated here will be used strictly for humanitarian services. You will get to know why, again, as the program unfolds. Upon completion of this training, dear friends, interested participants will be issued certificates as Certified Associate Business Development Consultants. This is for your information. The mode of certification: certificates will be issued to those who complete their payment. Then secondly, 100% attendance for this program is a necessary condition for certification. How to get your certificate? Upon completion of payment, soft copies of the certificates will be sent to your email immediately after this course. That is after your payment. The hard copy will take a maximum of 28 working days for processing and will be sent to your location afterward. Participants who desire hard copy will be responsible for the dispatch fee. Then please note again, deadline for payment for certificate is July 25th, 2022. Then for payment, it is displayed on the screen, on your screen. I will come back to that. So for more information, we will continue to share updates as the lecture proceeds. So thank you very much for your rapt attention. I believe you have paid rapt attention. Now, without further ado, please, I will be patching you through to the anchor person of today. That's the resource person of today. He is no other than a voice we are used to and a personality we are used to, the executive director of this institute, Dr. Eburuche Obinna Banito. Please, Dr. Banito, we welcome you. Good afternoon, all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Austin, for that wonderful introduction. Okay, so please, if you can hear me loud and clear, kindly type 11 in the chat room. Okay, so I'm seeing so many 11. Let's type 22. If you can hear me loud and clear, please kindly type 22 in the chat room. All right, thank you so much. All right, so if you are excited to be here, can you please type 55 in the chat room? You are excited to be here. Can you please type 55 in the chat room? If you're excited to be here, can you please type 55 in the chat room? Okay, thank you so much for all of this. I sincerely appreciate it. Now, I want to honestly, from the depth of my heart, welcome everyone to this program. It is in our earnest desperation that everyone here will get value. So once again, you're welcome. We are looking at business development consulting. Ordinarily, this program is not part of our schedule in this season, but as an organization that is into continuous research and development, we saw the need to make sure that principally our members, so this program was initially developed for our members to get aware of this whole consulting thing. We have those who are chartered management consultants, who have those who are project managers, who have different people, who have those in executive development and several others. Okay, but we are much more intentional on updating us on practical realities. So for all our members, you're welcome. Now, if you are not yet a member, you're welcome. So you are welcome to learn and interact with us. I believe everyone here is a professional in their own fields, and this might not be your first meeting engagement with regard to maybe consulting and the likes. If this is your first time, no problem, you're welcome. You want to learn something at the end of the day. Now, if this is not your first time, you're also welcome, right? Thank you so much. So a little introduction about myself. Please, if you can see my screen, kindly type 00 in the chat room. If you could see my screen, please kindly type 00 in the chat room. If you could see my screen, please kindly type 00. Now, if my screen is moving, kindly type 11. If my screen is moving, please kindly type 11. All right, thank you so much. You are doing well. Okay, so a little introduction about myself. My name is Eburuche Banito, and I'm the executive director of the institute. So anytime you come to IPM, you get to hear of me or you get to see me. And I'm just a little of my management background. I'm certified and chartered by both the Nigerian Council for Management Development and the Chartered Digital Management Consultant. So I'm certified and chartered as a management consultant. And also, I'm a certified and licensed HR professional. From the Nigerian front, I'm a licensed HR professional and a member of the Chartered Institute of Management, the Chartered Institute of Personal Management, CIPM, And on the international front, I'm a recertification provider of the Society for Human Resource Management, USA. I'm also certified and chartered in project management as well as strategic business management. By practice, I practice both consulting, or I practice consulting, training, and HR. So if you have any issues in that regard, please always reach out to me. I'll be willing to assist. And my contacts and details are available there. Okay, so someone say he's seen a blank screen, and any other person seen a blank screen? Someone said he's seen a blank screen. Okay, so I have some people's hand who are up. So I'm going to unmute you. Let me hear from you before I proceed. So I have a Tukodo Charles and I have Mohammed D. Abdul Wahab. So please, can you unmute Charles? Let's hear from you. Charles, are you there?
All right, thank you.
Charles, your hand has been up. What do you have to tell us? Okay, so I suspect that was a mistake. All right. Okay, now as said by the introduction, by the end of this workshop, you should be able, you will be able to develop a feasible and cost-effective consulting model for your own consulting firm. If you are an already existing consulting firm, you should be able to now review your consulting model and find out if it is what you want or not, all right? Then you should also be able to create high demand consulting products and services. You should be able to work out an effective pricing, sales, and marketing strategies that will guarantee great sales and client retention. You should be able to set up and run a profitable consulting firm anywhere in the world. And also you should be able to, or you will be able to diagnose business model, irrespective of how big or small the business is. You should be able to diagnose business models, and then you should be able to consult for businesses and also consult for consultants. Now, if this looks like an objective that you want to achieve on your own side, please, can you type 99 in the chat room? If this objective, you think it will help you get better as a consultant, please type 99 in the chat room. If you think it will help you get better. So all I want you to do is to focus on these objectives so that we can get through with them. These objectives will guide our discussion, right? So if we get to have anything that is not settled, please feel free to call attention to it. And please note, we are exploring both the lecturing approach and the discussion approach in Dix learning, right? Now, by discussion, we know that there are people who are here who are consultants already. I see people like Dr. Alex. I see people like Honorable Femi. I see people like, I see a whole lot of people here. So I know you are already into consulting. So our discussion, our contribution to the discussions will make a whole lot of sense. When we talk about pricing strategy, and we don't want to talk about the rigidity part of it. We want to talk about the dynamic part of it, the flexibility part of it. You might end up that the way Consulting A Limited does their pricing might be different from the way Consulting B Limited does their pricing. And everything could be different from everybody's point of view. It's all about how you're able to understand the whole consulting framework and be able to work with it. All right. Now, before I go on, is there anyone here that you will want something added to this? Is there anyone that you will want something else added to this? If there's something else you want added to these objectives, what will it be? If you raise your hand, I will unmute you. If you have something else you want added to this objective, you raise your hand, I unmute you. Okay, if the objective is okay for you, Okay, the objective for the 2 days is okay for you. Can you type 22 in the chat room? If the objective is okay for you within the next 2 days, can you type 22 in the chat room? Okay, so if the objective is okay by us, all right, so we can move. Oh, I see Oyedolapo Olani. I see Adefunke. You're all welcome. I thought I saw Pastor Victor here today. Yeah, Pastor Victor, you're welcome. Ave Mas. I also see several names. Ave Mas, you're welcome. Honorable Ave Mas, you're welcome. And I'll be calling names as we proceed. Please forgive me in advance. Most of our members are here, so it's just easy for us to relate with them. I see Ernest from Ghana. Mr. Ernest, you're welcome. I see Excellence from Cameroon. Excellence, you're welcome. I see Muturayo. Muturayo, you're welcome. So several other names I'm seeing. I see Omolara Olumuda, you're welcome. So I see a hand up. Oh, my wonderful princess is in the house. Princess from, I don't know where Princess is even joining from, whether it's Cameroon or Sweden or Nigeria. I just know she's joining from one part of the world. So you're welcome. I see a hand up. So let me hear from this hand. Dr. Olaleko Lekins Abdurahid. Oh, in 1 minute and a half.
Good afternoon, class. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Dr. Olalekon.
I'm Professor Olaleko Ogunjimi.
Oh, sorry, Prof. You're welcome.
I was just wondering that you are mentioning names since, but you have not called all of us who are also part of your, who are members of the IPM, and you're just calling other people from other countries. And I wonder what offense you have committed.
Prof, you've not committed
my hand up.
You know, the why we've not called you is because ASU is on strike. That's why we've not called you.
ASU is on strike? That you cannot attend conference because ASU is on strike? That was not you can attend conferences. Anyway,
welcome, sir.
It's nice joining this. It's nice joining be on the platform, but I just need to make a clarification.
Okay.
Not a clarification. I need to get an explanation for one thing. On the platform, it was advertised that this course is free, for 2 days. But on the second note, an issue was raised and said that for the first day free, second day you donate like a donation towards a charitable organization of $30, making 30,000 naira for those who are members already. I just need a clarification on that, and saying that those are attended this first day and who couldn't afford to pay the 5,000 naira or pay the $15 for the certification and cost material, $30 for the cost materials, are not eligible to attend again. Or if they attended, they will not be given any certificate of attendance, or they will not be inducted as an associate members of the business for this program. I just want to get a question for that. For me, it's not an issue, but for those people who are not bold enough to answer this question, maybe on their behalf. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof, for that wonderful question. And in a second, I'm going to answer that question. Okay, so for those of us who register, of course, everyone here registered, that's why you're here. Now, when you register for this course, you will get an information telling you about the terms and conditions. So there could have been a possibility that you omitted that information, or perhaps you just felt it was just normal message from IIPM. So there is a condition attached to the training. And I specifically told them to post that. When I discovered that it wasn't in the chat room, I told them to post that information to avoid disparity in understanding. We needed to establish that, right? So if the program is free for attendance for the first day. Now, for the second day, if you want to attend the program, then you have to pay 5,000 naira to attend. Now, if you want to get this certificate, you need to pay 30,000 naira if you're not a member, and then 20,000 naira for members. That's 15,000 naira for members for certificate and 5,000 to attend. So that's just how the program is structured. So that information, there could have been an omission where some of us did not read it, or you felt it's just a normal message from IPM and did not pay attention to it. And we also needed to create the clarity today so that if you think the information was not clear, you could also make your decisions appropriately. At least if you join for one day, you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. And you don't join at all, you have something to lose. Okay, so that's the, I'm trying to get access to my database so that that message that was sent will come through. So for those of us that received that message, no problem. But if you do not receive the message, that's where the challenge is. Okay, so let me ask, how many of us had access to the terms and conditions? If you had information on, you received email to the terms and conditions, please can you type TC in the chat room? You received the information on the terms and conditions, please can you type TC in the chat room? If you received the information on the terms and conditions, please can you type TC in the chat room? And you did not receive, let us also know. So we have Mohammed who received. So who else received? Sorry, we are taking all the time, but we want to be sure. So we have quite a number of people typing TC. Okay, so that means some of us that did not receive, we might have gotten it like an overview. I want to show you our back end. I'm not supposed to, but I will show you so that you get that. Okay. And sorry, I will just have to show you the back end so that you see what we did, and then we could find out where the mistake is coming from. So look, I also posted the message in the chat room informing us that everything we do in IPM, they are automated, right? So if you look at our chat room, you see our automations, you see business development, right? Now under business development, we have 334 people that applied for this program, right? And then you have 2,364 messages sent. Now, what kind of messages we are sent? Let's quickly look at it. Don't worry, when you come for business automation, we'll teach you all of this. Okay, so I have a message that was delivered by our business associate, right? I think, yeah. So I think this should be it. Now, this message, if you look at this place, you see this message. Say terms and conditions apply. IPM is fully committed to blah, blah, blah. In this regard, access to day one of this training is 100% free. To access the two, participants will be requested to pay a minimum of $5,000 or $15 and all of that stated there. And then information about the WhatsApp is also stated. This message was sent from the admissions department. Okay, this message was sent after 2 hours of your registration. That's when they sent this message. And this message was sent on June 16th by 2:32 p.m. So if you think we are now not giving out the accurate information, you can go to the email you registered with and check for mail from admission@iipmi.org and check at exactly June 16th, 2:32, you'll find a message in your inbox. So there's a possibility you or all of us, most of us did not get it or got it but did not read it. So that message was delivered. It was delivered to 338 subscribers that subscribed for this program. Now, 113 people opened this message, right? Only 113. So others did not open it. All right, 113 only opened it. So the remaining people that did not open it, obviously, we will not know what the mail is all about. So you see, at this point, it wasn't our fault. And also we did our best to make sure that from the chat room, everyone got to have the message beforehand. Okay. Okay, so thank you so much for all of your questions. And I think we have resolved this, all right? And I'm trying to access my Zoom. If you check the confirmation link that Zoom sent to you, you also see terms and conditions. Someone said, I registered this afternoon. Okay, I didn't receive the message anyway. I re-registered this afternoon. I immediately joined the class. Okay, so if you check the confirmation email that was sent via Zoom, because we also did our possible best to make sure that before this class, everyone got to register. So we started posting information about the Zoom registration. Let me find out when, so that we can be on the same page. It's a long step. So we've been communicating. We've been communicating. So you see this message. It has been sent over and over again. Yesterday, you will see the message was passed, and you see reserve your seat on Zoom here. So if you actually registered here, you will get that terms and conditions in your confirmation. And you will also see it on Tuesday. I don't know which is that, but you will see that. If you registered, you will see that term and condition. And even in the flyer that was used in our adverts, you will see terms and conditions apply. Okay. For instance, I'm trying to make sure that if we are registering for a program the next time, please, we'll try as much as we can to get all the information. And so if you look at this particular flyer also, you will see at the footnote, terms and conditions, attendance is 100% free, certificate is available upon request at highly discounted rate. So you also see that there. Okay, and you see that information in most of the adverts we use. Okay. Okay, so someone is asking a question in a private chat. I will answer just that question, and then I will go to my class so that we can all have our wonderful interactions. Whether you have the resources to go for the certificate or not, the most important thing is for us to learn first, right? Then when you're able to practice what you've learned and you're able to make money, you can come back any day to request for your certificate. I think that would be a better deal, right? So that we don't keep going front and back. Now, for the question of what of those who can't make commitment, they want to get the certificate, but they can't make commitment. Now, that's why we actually divided this section into two. The first day is completely free, and we made just a benchmark of 5,000. So we are not expecting you to pay 30,000 at once. Okay, just pay your 5,000 first, and then we know that okay, you're serious in this thing we are talking about, and then we will continue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think I've done enough clarification. I think I can proceed now. Please, if you think I should proceed, please can you type 11 in the chat room? Give me the permission to proceed, or if you think we should just stop now and everybody go home, we can also do that. Okay, so since I have permissions, I will proceed. Okay, so the first thing we want to look at is okay, so we made this serious commitment, right? Yeah. One of us received this message, Pastor Victor to be precise, and he sent me a message. He said, sir, please kindly indicate that it is only when you apply the knowledge, the skills, and all of the things you get here that this thing will work. All right. I said, yes, obviously, it's not as though we are invoking spiritual things to your business or to your life. It's all about application, right? So our guarantee here, and you can write it down boldly, you can come back to us after the duration of this guarantee. And if it didn't work, then you can come back. If you ever made a commitment, financial commitment whatsoever, and after 90 days, you think you did not have value for this, please come back, we'll refund your money fully. I'm saying that with all humility and with all simplicity. After 90 days, you're unable to use what you learned here to increase your retention rate by 25%, or you're able to generate ideas that can give you 7-figure income per month, all right? If you are unable to do that in 90 days and you judiciously applied everything we taught you here, and you ever made any commitment financially, come back, we'll refund you all your money. And now we will not just refund you all your money, we'll refund you. And then if you paid for certificate, we'll still give you a certificate for free. Think about what I just said now. I'll repeat this again. If after 90 days, that's 3 months, you were unable to increase your sales rate and your retention rate by at least 25%. Now, 25% simply means if you had 100 customers before, you want to have additional 100, you want to have extra 25 customers, right? 125 customers. That's what you want to have now. That's 25%. And perhaps you're earning 100,000 naira, and then in the next 90 days, you are not confident that you can earn 1 million naira. That's 1 million naira, 1 million, 7-figure, right? In 90 days, just come back, request for your refund. We will give it to you 100%. We will not charge you anything. And if by any means we give you a certificate, we'll still leave that certificate with you. But note, this can only work if you apply what we are sharing with you, if you're willing to apply what we're sharing with you. And within the next 1 month, we are going to provide you with free advisory. So in case you try it and it did not work, please come back and ask us questions. In the next 1 month, we are ready to give you free advisory, no pay to it, right? If you clearly understood the English I just spoke now, you understood it practically, please can you type 7 in the chat room, just 7. You understood it clearly, just type 7 in the chat room. Okay. So I'm glad you understood it. Okay. Now, if you want to increase your sales rate or customer retention rate or acquisition rate by 25%, can I see you type 25 in the chat room? You're ready to work with us for the next 90 days to increase your sales rate and retention rate to 25%. Can I see you type 25? Okay. Now, if you are also ready, maybe you are a prospective consultant. If you're already an existing consultant, but you find you struggle to get up to 1 million consulting in a month, and you want to join us in this journey to make it easier for you to make at least 1 million naira every month, like you did not make anything, you make at least 1 million naira. Okay, can you type 7M, 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 type 7M in the chat room. You're ready to work with us on that. Just type 7M. Okay, so I'm seeing someone here very dear to me. I'm seeing Stephen Wonder. Okay, so Stephen Wonder knew how we started. And Stephen Wonder knew that there was a time it was very difficult for us to make 3-figure income in a month. He knew. Okay, he was a staff of this institute in those days. So Stephen Wonder, you're welcome. And Stephen is running a very beautiful consulting firm at this point also. So I'm sure we are going to rub minds together. Okay, so if 90 days is a good plan for you, can you type 90? So that we'll begin. If 90 days is a good plan for you, we'll be glad if we have your testimony before 90 days to tell us, oh, I've been able to turn my dates, I've been able to turn my dad. All right, so 90 days is a good journey. Thank you. So let's hit the discussion and move it. Everyone move it. Thank you so much. All right, so let's see. So let's look at lecture 1, overview of the consulting industry. So this is overview of consulting industry in Africa. We chose Africa because this training comprises a whole lot of countries from Africa. We have Nigeria, we have Ghana, we have Cameroon, we have Kenya, we have Gambia, and a whole lot of others joining us. So we don't want to limit it to just Nigeria only. Now, if you look at what we have there, from what you see on the screen, what can you depict from, what can you say about the size of the consulting market in Africa? Our discussion starts now. So I want you to be very attentive and let's have this discussion. So what do you think is this market like? What do you think? Please, let's share. From if you can see my screen very, very well, what do you see? What do you have to say about this graph? This is from Statistica 2022, so it's a recent report. But what we can see here is that this report is from 2015 to 2020. So please, can I have the consultants in the house? You know, we love figures. Okay, consultants, we love numbers. Okay, so what do you have to say about this? If you were to be asked, what's the market? What is there an opportunity in consulting in Africa? What do you have to say? Are we together? I'm waiting for the first person that will share with us. What do you see from the graph? What's the market size like in Africa? Just consulting only. And this is measured in billion US dollars, not in Naira, not in CFAs. Okay. So I have someone typing in the chat room from Stephen, Dr. Wonder, he said, consulting is a growing business in Africa with high growth rate. All right, thank you so much. From Ige, he said, it keep on growing. All right, thank you. Thank you. If I see any hand up, I will unmute you before you raise that hand. Now for Kayode Ajala, I say yes, because there is a progressive trajectory and a robust market value from Olu to Bossy, steady growth. All right. From Victor, I said it is huge. It is growing progressively. All right. Thank you so much. Now, if you look at what we have here, from Larry, he said from the graph, it is a growth. All right, thank you. Now, if you look at what we have from the graph, you see that in 2015, the market was valued at, okay. So let me ask statistical question here. Okay, let me ask. What was the total market value for the consulting industry in 2017? Let me see who will get that. What was the total market value according to Statistica? What was the total market value in the African continent as of 2017? What was the total market value? Total market value. Who is with me? Can you see something there? What was the total market value? Who is there? Oh, 2017, somebody said 2.3. Another person said $2.3 billion. I want to punch to somebody's account now. Can you drop your account? Let me punch 2.3 billion. Hey, 2.3 BUSD. Okay, so you see that market was huge. Okay, so for those of us saying 2.3, we want to know, if there's a measurement to the 2.3. We'll be glad if you tell us the measurement. So it's actually at 2 billion 300 million dollars. $2 billion 300 million dollars. That's huge. That's huge. Now look at 2019. See what happened there. What is the value at 2019? What is the value of the market in just the African market? Just the African market. And the Nigerian market takes over 50% of this market, whether you believe it or yes. The Nigerian market takes over 50% of this market, whether you believe it or yes. All right. So what do we see in 2019? What's the value in 2019? What's the value in 2019? Somebody with me? value in 2019. Who is there? Who is with me? So Mr. Charles says 3.15 billion US dollars. Mr. Larry said 3.15 billion US dollars. Mr. Victor said 3.15. Okay. Victor Gumbi said 3.15. Now, another one said over 3.1 billion. Okay. You don't want to be specific. It's over. It's just over. All right. Then in 2020, we have $3.01 billion. So if you look at this whole scenario, you find that there is a growing market. It's a growing market. If we go down to 2000, it wasn't up to this, right? But we just want to take a range of 5 years. What is recent to us? Why things that happen, we can actually relate to that. So why do you think 2020 dropped? Okay, I see an answer here from Victor Gumbi. He said, actually, there is a slight slowdown between the 2019 to 2020, perhaps as a result of COVID. The message here is that there is growth. All right, thank you. So we understand COVID. So COVID had an effect. All right, so there was a COVID effect. There's a COVID effect. Now, I want to ask something. You know, if you expect me to have a whole lot of slides bulged up with what, sorry, you might not have that. We just have simple graphs, simple tables, and then we'll discuss about them. They'll find the correlations, and then we'll move on. Okay, so that's what we want to achieve. Now, for you as a business consultant, what does 19 to 20 tell you? What the difference between 19 and 20 tells you? What does 19, 20, between 2019 and 2020, as a business consultant now, what does it tell you? What does it tell you? Yes, at least I'm having the first hand up. Thank you so much. You're a great man or great woman. Till you talk, we know your domain. Okay. Oh, did I say lower your hand? Sorry, please, I made a mistake. I said lower your hand. Sorry, can you raise that hand up again, please? Please. I didn't get that name. Is it Ola? Sorry, is it Adegu or Lighton that raised that hand initially? Adegu, if you are the one, we can only see your video. Your audio is not open, so we won't be able to unmute you. Adegu, I suspect you're the one, but your audio is not available for us to unmute. Okay, so can we have, all of us are consultants, so let's do this like consulting. Okay, tell me something about that particular range. So Larry said decline of business. Yes, there was a decline of business. That's an established fact. But as a consultant, all right, as a business consultant, what does it tell you about your own business? Your own business as a consultant, what does it tell you? So Mr. Stephen said strategies and applications. All right. Mr. Ernest said decline in consulting services. That's very true. But as your own business, what does this tell you? What does this tell you? Oh, please don't make me feel like I'm just on my own. All right, so let me at least hear from Anthony Ame. Please, you're welcome. You're the great man. Let's hear from you.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes. Looking at that shortfall in that figure of growth you're talking about, for me, my own view and thoughts, I think it tells me as a consultant or a potential consultant to re-strategize and then leverage on the decline or the shortfall in business activities and then improve growth statistics. Thank you.
Strategize. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahmed. Sorry, I'm asking you to. Thank you so much. Okay, so give me see something. Okay, say not having a foreseeable global goal, a foreseeable global effect. So let me take from there. Business From Victor said the decline implies that as a consultant, I need to provide business solutions such as business development to my clients. All right. So someone said it implies re-strategizing. Another one says global change, right? Effect of global change. Then another one is saying opportunities. The opportunities that comes with that slide. That slide. Okay. So do I have any other person that has something to say? Okay. Thank you so much for all of these contributions. Now, for us as consultants, number one, we cannot just think about today. We must think about the future. So there is what we call proactive thinking. Okay? Proactive thinking, all right? So every consultant needs to have the attitude of proactive thinking. Think 20 years, 50 years, 100 years ahead. You could call it strategic thinking as well, right? Then another thing we also need to understand is that the risk we don't see is the risk that may end up swallowing us. And that brings us to the global change effects. There are several businesses that closed for good and may never return back to business for life because of that global change effect. Why was it so? Because there was not enough strategic thinking. There was not enough strategic plan in place. I listened to two CEOs in this period. If not for the sake of time, I would have played their video. Now, I listened to Jack Ma. He said any organization that is actually downsizing in the period of COVID never had a strategic plan. Why other companies were downsizing, Jack Ma was busy recruiting more. People like Elon Musk were busy recruiting more, right? Why in some other cases we had, like in the banking industry, for instance, there was a time we had banks, just a bank downsized up to 4,000. Another one downsized about 3,700. Another one downsized about 800. There were tremendous downsizing. And let me tell you the truth, there's going to be much more downsizing. Last week we had to discuss on dealing with contemporary issues in consulting. So if you were not in that meeting, please, I will recommend you go to our YouTube and download that particular, or perhaps view that particular discussion on dealing with contemporary issues in consulting. Please, it's a very good recommendation. Now, if there was a strategic thinking or strategic planning, one of the things you get to find out is that when the whole market is actually experiencing a decline, you are going to experience opportunities. You are going to see opportunities, and you're going to make the most of those challenges that were coming on board. Okay. As an institute, we made the most of our money during COVID. The most of the money we ever made. Okay, there was a particular time that the money we made in a quarter, we made it in just 1 week, if not less. I'm not saying we are the most strategic, but I'm just telling you that the opportunities that come with that decline. The decline does not really mean it's a bad market for you. No, it simply means your next line of action was to be triggered. That's what it simply means. Did you get what I'm trying to say? And as a consultant, not just a consultant, business development consultant, I need you to know that when others are seeing downtime, you're seeing a rising up. That's your role, right? You're just good. You just want to have a situation where others are crying foul. They are crying, market is down, trend is not moving in our side, and all of that. That's what you just want to hear from them. And then you want to go and find out what was our strategic plan. Did we ever anticipate this coming? Okay, there are several anticipations you could make in your line of consulting today and get your strategic documents ready, get your strategic products and services ready, such that when they come, it becomes a boom for you. Did you get what I just said now? Now, if you appreciate this graph a little, based on the little discussions we've had so far, I need you to type 1 in the chat room. If you appreciate this graph and you think well, it's a good overview for me, right? Okay. Now, the things we need to take away from here is that the consulting market is growing. While other people are crying foul, our consulting is not going, we will quit this consulting, we've tried, it's not working. While others are quitting, just know that the consulting market is growing. And the truth is, nobody ever knows whether you come in or you go out. That's just the truth. Okay, nobody, except you are ready to make that mark, or except you're ready to become part of the contribution, nobody will know whether you ever came in or you went out. So if you come in and stay, that's your own profit. If you come in and you go out, nobody lost anything. Okay, and let me be very frank with you. Any product you think you have now, any service you think you have now that you think nobody else knows about it, that is just a joke. There are 1,000,001 people that have those same kind of thoughts that you just have. So quitting does not take away the value coming into the market. No, you only had to be disadvantaged. Okay, so what am I saying? We all need to take our consulting careers as serious as we can. Is either I succeed or I die trying. And by trying, we mean somebody, I think Mr. Anthony said something, and in line with what Stephen Wonder said, strategizing, strategize. If your strategy today is not working, then rework the strategy. There must be a way. There must be a way out. And before we are done, you will find out actually why some of our strategies don't work, right? You find out why most of our strategies don't work. And by then, it will be easier for you to rework it. All right, so let me move to the next slide. And I need you to know that there is a big market for all of us here. All of us, not some of us, all of us here. There's a big market for all of us. If you're a consultant, you're a big boy. If you're a consultant, you're a big girl, but you need to find a way out. And that way out is what we want to achieve here. Now, let me hear from the chat room. Can you tell us which area of consulting do you handle? In the chat room, type your area of consulting or tell us, just open your mic and let's know. What area of consulting do you handle? Let me hear from everyone. At least if I get 10 people, I will be able to move on. Which area of consulting do you handle? Or which area of consulting do you want to go into? Which area of consulting do you handle, or which area of consulting do you want to go into? So from Mr. Victor Ogumbi, he said education, IT training and solutions. Thank you so much. Which other person? Leadership development. Thank you from Mr. Ernest. Thank you. Which other person? Which area of consulting do you handle? Business and management. Thank you so much. Which that's from Mr. Stephen, from Adefunke Esquire. Education, Anthony, service delivery, Larry, IT and HR. Correct, thank you. So all of us are either consultants or prospective business consultant. Now I want to ask you one. Let's get this very straight. So let's have your brand as a person. Now, in one word, or just in a phrase, how will you describe yourself in your current market? How will you describe yourself? So for me, I'm a business strategist. And consultant. So in one word, what's yours? Who are you? In your area now of consulting, who are you? What do you do there? In your LinkedIn profile, what did you write there? I didn't say make a statement, or I didn't say make a sentence, just in a caption. So let's assume that you have a title. What's your title? What's your consulting title? A business strategist and management expert. Thank you. Sales and marketing manager, right? Thank you. Which other person? Okay. Legal consultant on human rights issues, all right. Project officer, Okay, so I'm seeing some titles that are not really consulting based. Okay, so project officer is not a consulting title, right? It's not a consulting role. Human resource manager is not a consulting role. So is it that you're going to say you are a project management expert, you are a project management consultant, you're a project management professional, you are, someone said drug information on IT provider. So what are you now? Okay. All right, now why am I taking the time to ask all of these questions? There's what we call keyword in consulting. And until you get your keyword as a consultant, it might be difficult for people to discover you, right? So whenever you have the opportunity of meeting people, you just have less than 30 seconds to make the first impression. So my name is Ebuche Badito, and I'm a business strategist and consultant. That's the impression I want you to have. And that means the next time you want to talk about business strategy and business consulting, just look out for this man, right? So Suleiman Dana is a finance officer. He's not a consultant yet. Right. So he's not a consultant. So he hopes to be a consultant someday. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Now, quickly, let me proceed. I will go on to my next slide. So these are most of the consulting jobs you see today. Most of the consulting opportunities come around education, leasing, management, small business, financial, legal, nurse, security. There is a merge there. Legal should be different. Nursing should be different. So legal consultant, nursing consultant. Then you have security, social media, IT, marketing, tax, HR, and a whole lot more, right? A whole lot more. Okay. Now, these are the breakdown. Remember that management consulting is all about improving performance and optimizing efficiency, right? That's basically the two things. Improving performance and optimizing efficiency. And we do this basically through training and coaching, all right? So if you're a management consultant, you will possibly find yourself in any of these angles. So either you're a strategy consultant, operations consultant, or HR consultant. And if you're a strategy consultant, you could find yourself in any of these areas: corporate strategy consulting, business model transformation consulting, economic policy consulting, mergers and acquisition consulting, organizational strategy consulting, functional strategy consulting, strategy and operations, digital strategy consulting. So if you find yourself in this area, you could choose a title that suits you. So I'm a corporate governance consultant. That could be your own. A corporate strategy consultant. That could be your own. Then if you're into operations, there is organizational operations consulting, sales and marketing consulting, supply chain consulting, sourcing and procurement consulting, finance consulting, business process management consulting, research and development consulting, and then outsourcing consulting and operations consulting. Then under HR, you have human capital strategy consulting, compensation and benefits, organizational change, HR function, HR analytics, talent management, HR technology, learning and development. So these are the possible areas. Now, these are not the only areas in management consulting or consulting engineering, but these are basically the areas we find in consulting. All right. So let's go gradually. Now, for the sake of time, these are the anticipated business changes over the next 3 years. We looked at most of this in the meeting we had last week, okay, on contemporary business consulting. Now, you see things here. So as a consultant, let's look at for all of this. In the next 3 years, these things will remain as strong as they'll become key market forces that will determine market trends. And we need to pay attention to them. Now, the comparison here is between 2019 and 2020. Now, the 2019 is the dark and the 2020 is the light. Now, in 2019, one of the challenges is unpredictability in the marketplace. In 2019, we had 37.5% of unpredictability affecting markets. In 2020, it increased to 48.9%. So how ready are you for change? Still boring down to what? To proactive thinking, to strategic thinking. You should be able to sit down. All of us need to sit down and okay, so someone said he's not seeing my screen. Please kindly confirm if you could see my screen. If you could see my screen, please type 11. You're seeing anticipated business changes and you're seeing the graph. Please, if you can see, type 11. If you can't, please type 00. Okay, so if you can't see it, it simply means you might have to refresh or just log out and log in, and then you'll be able to see it, please. All right, okay. So the question is, how prepared are you for changes? Do you have a plan? Do you have a change management plan? Do you have a strategic plan? All right, so those are important things. By 2022, you'll be definite that this unpredictability has changed over time, because as of 2019, 2020, we have the COVID, but after 2020, we have to deal with the new normal. So now we begin to talk about things like remote working and all of those things, unpredictability in the marketplace. Then we also have another factor affecting this whole market. We have changes in how buyers buy your services, not just in changes in how they buy, but changes in how they perceive the value of your product, changes in how they make the decisions, changes in how they buy, right? These are very, very important. Now, take for instance, this particular program we're running. If we say this program is 250,000 as the actual cost it is, please, how many of us will come? If you will come, you will be in the class now if it were to be 250. Now, please kindly type 2 in the chat room. If it were to be 250, you would be here. Type 2 in the chat room. You would be here. Just type 2 in the chat room. Okay. Now, if it were to be 250, you will love to come, but other things would be demanding for that your 250. Type 00 in the chat room. Type 00 in the chat room. All right. So that's plain. All right. All right. That's just a blunt truth. So there are changes on how buyers buy your services. In that case, there is something you need to do for your customers or your clients. You need to help them decide to buy from you. God have mercy. Did you get what I just said now? Even if there is nothing you don't want to take home now, just take this home. That you have to make a conscious effort to help your client decide to buy. Can you type that in the chat room? I will help my clients decide to buy from me. Can you type that in the chat room? It's a long statement, but type it. It's a commitment you're going to put yourself into. I am going to help my clients decide to buy from me. I am going to help my clients decide to buy from me. I am going to help my client decide to buy from me. Can you type that in the chat room, everyone? I will help my client decide to buy from me. Thank you so much, Victor. You are doing well. Pastor Shedrack, when did you come in? Or are you just passing? You're welcome, Pastor Shedrack. Thank you so much. I will help. Now, let me be very frank with you. I don't have too much slides, but in just one of the slides, we can spend days talking about one slide. All right? Okay. But we don't want to do that. Now, let me be very frank with you. People are not ready to get into anything called consulting. Because why? Consulting is not tangible. Do you get what I just said now? Consulting is not tangible. It's not something you hold. So most often they find it difficult to measure return on investment. They find it difficult to measure return. And because of that, if you like, put your consulting in every nook and cranny. You just have a handful of people who want to actually find out what you're doing. So the decision to help your client buy from you is not just a word of mouth statement. It's something you need to guess. Everything we're talking about here still boils around strategy, right? Strategy. How will I help my client decide? Please note, I did not say help your client buy from you. I said help them decide, because it is only when they decide to buy from you that they can buy from you. And it's after they've bought from you that they will now decide whether they want to continue the relationship or not. I will repeat this again. In this era we are, consulting is growing, that's right. But people, organizations, nations find it very difficult to find out the relevance of this consulting. What is the impact of this consulting? Because consulting is not a tangible product. It's not crayfish and Maggi. It's not tomatoes. You can say, give me 1 kg, give me 1 kg of meat, give me 1 kg of that. And then you could say, oh, dollar rate is high, so that's why the meat has reduced. No, you cannot. The tangibility. But does that mean we cannot measure the impact of consulting? No, we still have evaluation framework. We still have M&E framework. We still have performance framework for measuring evaluation and or for measuring return on investment. And you need to know, all of us need to know how to evaluate the impact, because that impact is the visualization that you want your client to see. Until you give him that picture or give her that picture, and it will still be difficult for him to agree with you on whether to buy or not to buy. All right, very, very important. Did you get something from there? All of these things we are talking about, they are not just, I'm not just putting up slides. I want you all of us are consultants, assumedly. So if all of us are not consultants, most of us are consultants, assumedly. Now, if most of us are not consultants, most of us will become consultants. So let's all play by assumptions, right? Okay, so did you get that number 2 points there? Now, in 2019, changes in how buyers buy your service was 39.2%. By 2020, it was 47.1%. By 2022, it would have hit more than 50%. Because the truth is, consumer behavior keeps changing. It keeps changing. Can somebody type that in the chat room? Consumer behavior keeps changing. Can you type that? And you need to know that. You just don't just type it. I need you to know it. Okay, just type in the chat room. Consumer behavior keeps changing. Just type that in the chat room. Consumer behavior keeps changing. Right. Thank you so much, Adegu. Consumer behavior keeps changing. The earlier you know it, the better for you, so that they don't leave you behind. Okay. Consumer behavior keeps changing. And one thing is, you as a consultant, your strategy to managing consumer behavior should also be agile. Should also what? Keep changing. Okay, now that you've typed that, now I want you to type, my strategy should also keep changing. Type it there. Strategy should also keep changing. Strategy should, I'm writing mine, should also keep, strategy should also keep changing, keep changing, keep changing, keep changing. My strategies should also keep changing. My strategies should also keep changing. Now, if all of this thing makes sense to you, right? If it makes sense to you, okay. If this thing we've been saying makes sense to you, just type 99 in the chat. If it makes sense to you, kindly type 99 in the chat. 99 in the chat. All right. So since it makes sense, let's continue. Now, the next one there is increased competition from new firms and competitors. Now, if you've not joined consulting, you will soon join. If you're already a consultant, you're a competitor to someone. And the truth is, the influx of competitors into the market on a daily basis is like migration from Nigeria to Canada. It's like migration from Nigeria to US. In fact, that influx is so terrible. It's like the total number of people that travel from all around the world to Lagos every day. That competition is high. Whether you know it or you don't know it, it doesn't change that fact that it exists. that competition is only getting hyper. Do you know hyper competition? Hyper competition. That's what we are now. Hyper competition. And what makes this difference also is your strategy. All right. Very, very important. Now, in 2019, competition was at 41.7. At 2020, it was 42.0. And we can actually know why it was 42.0 because there was a whole lot of business clamping down. So people couldn't open new businesses. All right. So we understand that. Then the next one is the need for new skills. The need for new skills. In 2019, the need for new skills was at 43.4%. At 2020, it dropped to 39.6%. And we understand why, right? But I'm sure by 2022, it will be far beyond what we experienced in 2021. The new skill, as a consultant, let me be very frank with you. You need to add to your skill daily. As a consultant, you must be open to learn something new daily that will make value creation and value delivery an excellent process for you. Learn new skills on your way to work. Learn new skills at work by interacting with people. Learn new skills as you go to conferences, as you go to events. Learn new skills. You come to an online program like this. Learn new skills. You stay on your social media. Learn new skills. You might be watching comedy, but let the comedy teach you something. You might be watching wrestling, but let the wrestling teach you something. Learn new skills on a daily basis. That is part of the priority for consulting in the contemporary time. Okay, that is a requirement. That is a requirement. That is a requirement. That is a requirement. Add new knowledge, add new skills, improve your competency, improve increase your network, increase your reputation. Very, very important. Then the next one is automation and artificial intelligence. Wow. Wow. Now, you can't run away from this. Part of the skills you must improve on is your IT skills and AI skills. You can't run away from it too. You see, all this intelligence, you must improve on it. You must improve on your IT skills. You must improve on your artificial intelligence skills. You can write them down. You need to improve. You must improve on your emotional intelligence skills. You must improve on your social intelligence skill. You see this intelligence, you need to improve on them. And one thing is, you cannot come to that point and say, there is no need, there is no room for improvement again. You've gotten to the apex of improvement. Improvement does not have, someone said improvement is the largest room that ever exists. It doesn't have an end. So improve on your AI, your IT, and you know one thing, people like us, IITM, you see us provide training in most of these things. Then you see Udemy, you see Coursera. Someone say, but they are your competitors. They are not competing anything with us. Go and learn, right? Udemy, Coursera, EDS, Allison, several of them, you can go and pay just a token, okay? And then you get to have these things to yourself. Now, should I shock you? If you're a consultant in contemporary times, whether you like it or yes, you must, as part of your IT skills, you must learn web design. Because information privacy is becoming a serious case, and your web design is not something you just want to throw to anyone and say, do it and then manage it for me. I'm not saying that that's not good, but it's better you do it yourself. Manage your information, make sure that the privacies are secure. Even when you're even managing your own information, people are hacking it much more when another one is managing for you. Am I saying that IT consulting is not a good one? IT consulting is beautiful, but as a consultant, please manage your own website. Go and learn web design. Go manage your email systems. Manage your digital marketing systems. Manage your information system, because what makes you a consultant is the quality of information you have. What makes you a consultant is the quality, not the quantity, the quality of information you have. For instance, in this program now, we have 340 something people that registered, but in class we have 40 persons in attendance, right? So this is the quality people in this class. So if there is anything going to happen, it's going to happen within these 40 people, 45 people that have been fluctuating around, right? And then those who are on YouTube, right? But the other 300 and something that have not come or that will come later, that is also part of your relationship building. Okay, that's also part of your relationship building. You get what I'm trying to say? So build your skills, AI. So IT, AI, EI, and SI. Can I see you type that in the chat room? Just type IT, AI, EI, and SI. IT, AI, EI, and SI. IT, AI, EI, and SI. IT skills, AI skills, emotional intelligence skills, EI, and SI. Can you type that? Thank you. Oh, this is good. Thank you. So IT, AI, EI, and SI skills, you need to learn them. And this will help you with your automation and artificial intelligence. Now, the next one is also increased competition from larger competitors. That's there. All right. In 2020, it dropped to 35.4 as compared to 2019, where it was 38.4. So you see that competition from newer companies, new firms increased, while competition from larger firms actually decreased. The truth is, most large firms are no longer taking innovation, they're no longer taking creativity as a serious work. So the newer companies are beginning to push them backwards. All right. They will also have downward pressure on services. Like I said, not everyone understands the value of consulting, right? So you could have a consulting engagement and you say 5 million. The person will shout, hey, what is 5 million for? Okay. And by the time you know it, the person will say, we've gotten another person who will do it. And then you begin to ask yourself, didn't I do it right? What was? Okay, I'm going to share the experience with you. There was, in fact, one of the experiences was yesterday, and the previous experience I'll share. There was a time earlier this year, one of our members introduced us to an agency, right? And the agency asked us to produce a proposal. And we prepared the proposal, a consulting proposal, and the fee for each person was, the fee per person was about 330,000 per person. And they called us and said, no, they don't have that. That's way above their budget. That what they can do is 120,000 per person. We said, no problem. If you want 120,000, we'll develop a product that will suit what you want, and you have the maximum value from it. And when they saw that we are not shifting ground, they called us for a meeting. We got to that meeting. And I was there with the director of administration in that agency. And the director of training was there. So we started engaging. And they were asking us questions from their chat. For every question they asked us, we provided an answer. For every question, remember, all we wanted them to see is the picture of the impact that our consulting will bring to them. Okay? By the time we were talking, when we first got there, they said they've even reduced the distance. Now it's now 100,000, that if we won't take 100,000, they may have to look for another. I said, no problem, but let's get on with engagement. Now, by the time we were done with this, by the time we were done with this engagement, the director of administration, who said before it was impossible for him to drive 330,000. In fact, he said if it is beyond 120, he can't do anything to it. Now, by the time we were done with the engagement, he said we should develop a proposal for 300,000 that he will push it. The question is, what did we do that changed his mind? What did we do to relieve that pressure? All we wanted was for him to see what the impact of that would be, and let him see we broke down all the value system, and for him to understand what the value system is for everything you are paying for. This is the value you're getting. And by the time they realized that there was no way they could get something like that any other place, they had no option to give us that engagement. Okay. Although the program has not been conducted because of the primaries and all of that, but they have given us the assurance that yes, we are done now. Very soon you will get your offer letter. Okay, that's part of civil service. Okay. Now, I love the fact that Princess is here, and I'm going to use Princess example also. Princess once worked with an international organization, or works with an international organization, and she recommended us once to their training. When we made our proposal, it was like, no, this is unacceptable. It cannot be. How can you charge such a thing? But by the time we were done, we were able to get that offer, executed the offer, and we were paid for it. So irrespective of the downward price pressure on services, if you have value, quality value, you always win. There is this message by Brian Tracy. He said, when you help the customers to see your value, price will not be the problem. Did you get that? I need you to write it down, write it bold. When you help your customers see the value, price will not be a problem. When you help your customers see the value, price will not be a problem. When you help your customers see the value, price will not be a problem. When you help your customers see the value, price will not be the problem. When you help your customers see the value, price will not be a problem. If you focus on price, then focus on value. And let me be very sincere with you. If you're a consultant and your focus is on price rather than value, it will be difficult for you to get that consulting. If you focus on price rather than value, it will be difficult for you to get that consulting. So the next time you want to get to your consulting engagement, what you're interested in is focus on the value. I want you to take this negotiation time. Always tell your client, don't bother about the budget. We can always work out something. Always tell your client that. Do you know why you need to tell him that? Because by the time you people start arguing on price, his temperature will start rising. And the next thing is that he doesn't want to have anything that will push his temperature ahead. So you just want to calm him down. Please, sir, don't worry about the price. Don't worry about the budget. We will always work out something around. Whatever be your budget, we are ready to work with you. Take home this. Before you leave any negotiation table, make sure you drop this. Is it clinger or clanger? Or the jack in the pot or pot in the jack? Okay, whichever one. Make sure in your negotiation engagement, remember, all we want you to do is have more customers, right? And increase your income rate. That's all we are interested in here, right? So you need to do what? Let your customers be calm. All this downward pressure thing, don't worry about it. Okay, they will tell you, you developed a proposal of 17 million, or let's say 70 million, and they are pricing you, can't you do it for 7 million? It's possible. Everything is possible. And that's why you need emotional intelligence, because you could have done your research and everything, and the price is actually 70 million. And all of a sudden, they now say 7 million, and you're angry, you want to go. If you lack emotional intelligence, you lack opportunities. Can you type that? Can you type that in the chat room? No EI, no opportunities. You lack emotional intelligence, you lack opportunities. You lack emotional intelligence, you lack opportunities. There is no joke to that. And it's not it's not like it's not a wonderful statement, it's just an established fact. If you lack emotional intelligence as a consultant, you lack opportunities. and then you'll be questioning. You'll now be praying all time. Every now and then you're praying. Meanwhile, it's just small things. I will repeat this again. In every consulting adventure, just keep your client calm. Sir, please don't be too concerned about the budget. We can always work things out. You know, I've gone to a consulting engagement and they were too much engaged in price. The price was just their problem. And I told them, I said, we will do this program for free. Just pay according to the value you receive. And they were shocked. Sir, I can see that perhaps there is a little challenge financially, but don't worry. Give us your date, give us your time. We will come and do this same consulting for free. Pay according to whatever value you think you perceived. And you know what? It's very funny. That particular engagement, we were dragging. It was in our early days. We were dragging for 100,000. Oh, no, we were dragging for, yes, I think it was 50,000 per hour. Yes, we are dragging for 50,000 per hour. Okay. That was the dragging. We were dragging for 50,000 per hour, 50,000 naira per hour. By the time we were done, they paid us 100,000 per hour. Now, there was no further, it was now established that, yes, this was real value. So if you think you have value, why don't you give them the highest level of assurance? Even if you don't come to class tomorrow, you've already gotten something. Just these charts now, you know, these like tables and charts. Somebody might be wondering what we're discussing here, but we'll spend time here, right? Now, if someone says a big risk, in fact, we have taken bigger risks than this. But the good thing is, the bigger the risk, the bigger the income. Okay, so it's very, very important. All right. So in all of this discussion, you see that everything still boils down to strategy. Everything still, why others are busy discussing their problems, you are busy finding a way out. That's strategy. Others are busy discussing the problem, you're busy finding your way out. Yeah, that's it. That's just the whole thing. All right. Now, before we go on, we will take a pause. But before we take a pause, do I have any question? Any question for me? Any question for me? Any question for me? Okay, any contribution? If there is no question, all of us are consultants. Any contribution? If you have your contributions, please open up and let's hear from you. And please note, all of the discussions we're having here, it borders all around the world. It's not just limited to Africa, it's all around the world. Okay. So someone is writing, he said, consulting is not same as consulting services. Okay. It's called a consulting service because it's intangible but value driven, and the deliverables are of matrices such as that. We complete your statement so that we can know what you're trying to say there. Okay, so let's take a 2-minute pause. I'll be handing over to the coordinator and we'll be back in just 2 minutes. Please don't go anywhere. Let's stay on board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We just needed to take this breather so that we can digest and dilute whatever has been poured into us. This is few minutes to 4 and it is just still fresh. The breather we are going to take is in form of a task. This is going to be a class activity. I told you our program for today will be interactive, and this is one of those reasons. You will notice that once in a while, the coordinator or the resource person will say, go to the chat room and scribe down something, type in something. This is just to take us along and to make sure we digest what is being passed. At this moment, there is an exercise we are going to do. I am first going to post on the chat room our LinkedIn link, the link to our LinkedIn page. And I encourage all of us, take this break, click on the link, go and follow the Institute on her LinkedIn page. When you return, you type done, and the next thing you're going to do is drop also your LinkedIn, the link to your LinkedIn page. Please don't get it, let's not mix it up. I have dropped the link to our LinkedIn page. This is the link displayed in the chat room. Go to the chat room. I told you we will also be networking. Go to the chat room, click on the link. It will take you to our LinkedIn page. Follow IIPM and get more updates on what we do and other trainings and updates on what the Institute does as a whole. Copy your own LinkedIn, the link to your LinkedIn page, come back to this chat room and place it there. Introduce yourself, you drop the LinkedIn page link and tell us you're done. We'll be back in like 2 minutes. This exercise is just going to take us 2 minutes. We want everybody to cooperate and be involved in this. I'll go silent at this moment so that it will enable us go to our different pages while we are still logged into Zoom. Then come back, type done, place your LinkedIn link and introduce yourself. Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back. We've exhausted our pause. Welcome back to the class. Please, if you can hear me loud and clear, can you please type 1 in the chat room? If you can hear me loud and clear, please can you type 1 in the chat room? Okay, thank you so much. So if you have not followed us on LinkedIn, please, that's part of the class activity. One of the essence of following us on LinkedIn is that when your certificate is issued, we can easily endorse it on LinkedIn because you are following us, right? Do you get that? One of the essence of following us on LinkedIn you can as well go and say you attended the program in IPM and you tag us. Why not? We'll definitely confirm that. Okay. So someone said didn't finish the LinkedIn. So I'm going to give an extra 2 minutes. So please follow us on LinkedIn. Just the link is there. Just follow us on LinkedIn and then come back to the chat room and type done. Follow us on LinkedIn. Just click on the link, click on follow. That's all. Then you come back and type done. Except you don't have a LinkedIn account. If you don't have a LinkedIn account, maybe you have to open a LinkedIn account. Then tomorrow you can do that, or during the day you can do that. And also feel free to get your own link and share with us so that we can also join you. If you're on YouTube, the link is also available on YouTube. Just click on the link and follow us and type done. All right. So Victor, have you followed us? Victor Ogumbi, have you followed us on LinkedIn? You need to follow and then type done and then paste your own LinkedIn profile for every other person to also try and follow you. Okay. So if you're already following, no problem. You could just tell us hi in the chat room. Give us, just say something in our page. You can give us a review, say something about IPM if you're already following us. Okay. So I have 30 seconds left. Like I said, the importance of this follow is when you go back there and say you did a training with IPM, we can easily endorse you. Everything can easily be verified. There is no need of following too much protocols. And then you can also get your badge, get your e-certificates that you can fly on LinkedIn, and then we endorse, and that makes it better. Okay, so if you're finding it difficult to do that, perhaps in the next break you do that. All right, thank you so much. Let's please come back. Everyone, please come back. You don't need to log out from here to do that. So let's please come back. Let's please come back. Okay, now challenges in consulting. These are the according to PMI. According to PMI USA, these are the top 10 challenges in consulting. Number 1, creating a lasting change. Creating a lasting change. For us to have sustainable relationship, then we must be able to create lasting changes. And that goes back to talking about strategic thinking, strategic implementations, strategic planning, and all of that. Now, another challenge is the challenge of achieving organizational effectiveness. Organizational effective. The measure of consulting boils down to performance improvement and effectiveness. Performance improvement and effectiveness. That's where consulting actually has its own major role to play. They have managing and satisfying stakeholder expectation. Wow, that's also a very key area. Stakeholders can come out and tell you what you said is not what we agreed before is not what you're saying now, and you find it difficult convincing them. Okay. Then getting appropriate sponsorship and support. This is also another major change. Dealing with resistance and politics is also another major change. One of the things we will encourage everyone here to do is that by the end of this whole program, you should think towards public service consulting. Although we have a course in public service consulting, but you need to start building yourself towards public service consulting. Someone left my office not too long ago, a director from one of the ministries. Is it ministry now or agency? Okay, yeah, in Abuja here. And I know he will be in this class very soon. Now, we were talking about we are talking about some advice around some businesses that he's intended to. And one of the things I told him, I said, don't ever do a business without government. Don't Any business that you will do, that government will not be involved, government will not be aware, don't do it. Any business that you do, you don't want to pay tax, you don't want to pay your statutory fees, your compliance fees, please don't do it. Any business that you want to do and you think it's just about being smart, don't do it. Before you start any business, be strategic with your business. Be strategic with your business. Be strategic with your business. And one of your most strategic partners is government. Just find the relevant ministries, agencies, commissions that your business need to partner with, and then partner with them. You will be in the comfort of your zone, and your business is happening all around the globe by government backup, by government partnership. Did you get that? Okay. I'm telling you this because as a consultant, you just must have to know the So that's very, very important. Another thing is defining and controlling scope of work. Most often, controlling the scope of work could be a work on itself. Ensuring adoption and ownership of solutions. Dealing with cultural issues in consulting. Cultural issues is a major thing. Sensitivities like culture, they are major things. And when we say culture, we're not just talking about ethnicity and tribe. Right in your organization, every organization has a culture. Okay, every organization has a culture, right? Every organization has a culture, and you have to deal with that. And estimating and coping with scarce resources. Remember what I said. Always let them know, no matter what be the constraint, there is always a way out. Can we sit down on this and find a way out? Okay, there is always something wonderful that we can do for you. And another challenge is communicating effectively. Now, you could see in this particular engagement we're having, part of the challenges we had was effective communication. Yeah. That was a major challenge. In fact, it is the only challenge we have in this particular engagement. Some said they received the mail, some said they did not receive the mail, some say you said it was 100% free, some say that. So whenever there is a bridge in communication, just know that conflict just started. Do you know what is conflict? As soon as there is discrepancy in communication, as soon as there is a lag in communication, conflict by default just sets in. So what do you want to do? You just want to ensure that there is no bridge. There is no discrepancy in communication so that you can walk the client all through the whole process. Okay, very, very important. All right. So we are trying to run fast and fast and fast and fast. For the sake of those joining us today, let's quickly review the consulting process. A consulting process. We have the 5 stages in the consulting process. And what I will want us to do is to know the strategy we can apply in each of these phases, okay, to be able to get access to the next phase, all right? Now, the stage number 1 is the entry stage. And what are we expected to do there? Contact your client for the first time, do a preliminary diagnosis of the problem, plan for the assignment, develop your proposal to the client, and then develop the contract for the consulting. Okay. Now, in contacting your client for the first time, this is basically your marketing activities, right? So in this course, we'll be dealing with effective sales and marketing strategies for consultants. We'll deal with that. So when we get there, we'll find out how to profile quality clients, how to contact them, where and when to contact them. That will help us, right? Do a preliminary diagnosis of the problem. When you know their pain, it will be easy for you to know which gain you're bringing in. So until you know the pain, you don't have a gain. Until you know the problem, you don't have a solution. And that's why in most consulting adventure, they will ask you to give a note on your understanding of the problem. The level of your understanding of the problem will determine if actually you're going to go to the next level. Okay, and if you're able to prove that you understand the problem, that means you definitely have to prove that you have the solution. And then from there, you go to planning for the assignment. and then developing your proposal. This is another key area. However, in this course, we are not covering proposal writing. But by next week, Thursday, by this time next week, Thursday, we will be dealing with proposal development exclusively. Now, let me also say categorically, if you're coming for that training, just know that there will be a fee for certificate in case you have interest in certificate. So that we don't come then and start saying you did not tell us. So now you know, in case you join the WhatsApp group and somebody say, what you just tell the person, you'll be communicated on the fee. But that's just by the way. We didn't want to lumber it here because proposal development is a delicate aspect of consulting. It's a technical aspect of consulting. And if we lumber it here, we might miss it. So by Thursday and Friday next week, that will be our last training on consulting for this month, okay, and possibly for this quarter, okay. So you join us on proposal development. You will see exactly how it's done. We'll be looking at both private sector consulting proposals and public sector consulting proposals. We will also look at memorandum of understanding, developing MOUs. Now, you know, when we deal with things here in IPM, we don't just talk about it, but we give you templates. We give you templates that you can work with. We give you formats that you can work. So all you need to is just plug and play. Okay, you just take and plug it and then play. That's all. So the proposal development, if your proposal fails, your engagement fails. I hope you know that. If your proposal just fails, don't bother, nobody will look at you. And when you're going to public consulting, that maybe there is a request for expression of information, okay, it has to pass that stage first before you now start talking about technical bid. Okay, you now start talking about financial bid. No. Now, in the proposal writing, we will deal with all of these things individually. We'll look at expression of interest. We'll look at request for information. We'll look at request for proposal. We'll look at request for bid, for quotation, and all of that. We'll look at all of these things. In fact, that's what we're going to be looking at in the other side by Thursday and Friday next week. So will I tell you not to miss it? Well, I don't think I will want to tell you not to miss it. I don't know what your schedule might be like, but if your schedule is flexible enough, why not join us? You get to learn a whole lot on that day. So that's about on proposal, okay? Then you have the contract of consulting. That's where we'll now talk about the MOU. We'll deal with MOU and we'll deal with service level agreement. We'll deal with MOU and we'll deal with service level agreement. MOU and service level agreement. MOU and service level agreement. Okay, so by whatsoever means, please ensure to be with us on Thursday. At least you know your joining is free, right? You don't need to bother about that. Now, if you then wish to now support what we're doing by getting a certificate, then that's up to you. Then the next phase of the assignment is the diagnosis, finding out the problem, finding out facts, finding out the solution. That's what you want to do. So on the diagnosis, you have analysis of the purpose. Please note, this is very, very important. Every consulting engagement must have objectives. If there are no objectives, the scope will be vague. If there are no objectives, that means there is no scope. Without objectives, there will be 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 no scope. Without consulting objectives, if the objectives are not clear, just have it at the back of your mind that scope can never be clear. If there are no objectives, there will never be a scope, or the scope will just be vague, or the scope will just be there because it should be part of the proposal. Okay, and immediately you understand the purpose, it will now be easy for you to analyze the problem. And then from there, you find your facts, analyze your facts, and then get the feedback on that. From there, you go to your action planning. What's your action planning on? Develop the solution. evaluate alternatives to the solution, develop proposal on the solution, and then give out your planning of implementation. Now, in most organizations, at the first level, at the entry level, they will request for either EOI, expression of interest, or some will tell you concept note. That's for those of us in NGOs now. Concept note, or you want to do a research, you're a research fellow, they will tell you concept note. So if you're going into technical based work for public service, for any other form of consulting, you might get to hear things like expression of interest or request for information in the entry level of the proposal. Now, by the time you get to the solution, they will ask you to develop what we call the technical bid, talking about your strategies, your modalities, how are you going to solve the problem, and all of that. Okay, that's what your technical bid does. And that's your technical bid comes under your proposals under the action planning. That's where you present your technical bid or your technical document. All right. And in most cases, your proposals at the action planning contains your technical bid and your financial bid, or your technical plan and your financial plan, hand in hand. All right. Then from there, you go to implementation. At implementation, you want to assist in implementation, because the organization, they are the owners of the product you're bringing in. So your work at that point is to assist them in implementation by the well-defined order of tasks in the contract terms and conditions, or the MOU. Then from there, as you go on, if there are adjustment changes that come in place, you can have proposal adjustment, and then you can have training also. Training has its own reasons at the implementation stage. Training could be for the purpose of equipping the people you're consulting for to be able to carry out the activity themselves. Training could be that you are empowering the users of the product or the service you're developing for your client. Training could be that you are training your own staff to meet up with the project for the client. So training has its own different formats in this domain. Then you have termination, where you now do evaluation and final report, commitment, settlement, and follow-up plans. At termination, we always request, please get your certificate of release or certificate of completion. Okay, get your certificate of completion, whether you are doing it for a private firm or a public firm. Please always request for certificate of completion. All they want to do is write on their letterhead that so person or company did so project and has completed it successfully. Okay, that's all. Put their signature. Now, as part of your profile as an organization, that letter will have a great role in building your reputation as an organization. In building your reputation as an organization. Do you get that? That particular letter that you get is one of the basic strategies that you can use to improve customer acquisition and retention rate. You need that letter. Some call it testimonial, some call it letter of release, letter of completion, whichever one you want to call it. Please, they should give you, right, that letter. Okay, and the letter is also part of the feedback. Okay, the letter is also part of what? Part of the feedback. All right, very, very important. Do I have any question here? Any question for me here? Any question for me? Any question for me? Any question for me? All right. Any question, any contribution? If I should move on, please type 1-1. Okay, so someone is asking if a soft copy can be obtained. Yes, the soft copy can be obtained provided the terms and conditions of trading are followed. All right, so if you're going for the certificate, obviously you get all the templates, all the materials and everything. All right. So if you're just joining, just relax. We'll soon read out the announcement again. All right. Okay. Before we round up, we are going to go through a workshop. We are going to split us into groups and then we work out something. So let me proceed very fast. We've taken this pause, so let me just proceed. Now, how do you do consulting needs assessment? How do you understand the pains of your clients? One thing you must understand that you need to find out what is peculiar about the matter you're dealing with. What makes the matter a consulting matter? Not all needs are consulting needs. So what makes it a consulting need? You need to find out. If anybody can do it, then you don't need a consultant. You just need to find out. Now, do an assessment on what you do as a consultant. Is it really peculiar? Can anybody do it exactly the way you do it? What makes the difference between you and others? You need to do a SWOT analysis on yourself. Can you find the difference between you and what others are doing? If you're consulting, first, if the problem is not peculiar, if the problem can be handled by anyone, then you don't need a consultant. Now, if there is no difference between the way you handle that problem and the way others handle the problem, then you're not a consultant. All right. Now, how do we do needs assessment for consulting? We have 3 phases here, and I need you to follow me gradually. Whether you do it consciously or unconsciously, you cannot do a consulting without passing through these 3 stages. You cannot come up with a consulting need until these 3 phases are met. Now, the first phase is the pre-assessment or the exploration. The first question is, what is the purpose? Why do we need to establish this consulting engagement? And please, your purpose must be actionable. Please note, your purpose must be actionable. So use action verbs. Use action verbs to quantify. Use action verbs to quantify the purpose. So example, the purpose is create an automated email system. If that is the purpose, let it be actionable, such that by the end of the day, we will see an automated email system that has been created. If the purpose is increase staff retention by 20% in 90 days, let it be actionable. Number 1, increase. Number 2, you already put in metrics. There is 20%, there is 90 days. Now, in that duration, if we don't get that, that purpose is defeated. If we don't get that, that purpose is defeated. Okay, so someone said lecture not on screen. So let's reshare. Okay, so is the lecture back on screen? If you can see the lecture back on screen, please type 1-1. If you can see the lecture back on screen, please type 1-1. All right, thank you. Okay. So I was trying to say that there are 3 phases in finding out the needs assessment. And the first phase is the pre-assessment of the need. And you can also call it exploration. Now, under it, I said the first thing you want to do is to establish the purpose. And I say your purpose need to be smart. It need to be simple and specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound. And I said, use action-driven verb that can be used to evaluate the impact, the result of your consulting. So for instance, if you are an IT consultant and you want to do an automation, business automation for someone, you can say, okay, the objective of this is to automate the email system. Okay. By the time you're done, we should be able to see that, oh, the email system has actually been automated. We don't need to sit down there responding to emails all day. So some kind of robot can answer. Okay, some form of robot can answer our questions. All right, that's very, very good. Another one, let's assume you're a HR consultant and you say the consulting is on HR retention. I say, okay, one of the goals we want to achieve here is that we want to increase staff retention by 20% in the next 90 days. Is it measurable? Yes. Is it simple and specific? Yes. Does it have metrics that we can use to evaluate? Yes. So your purpose need to be very, 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 very specific, very, 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 very measurable, very, very attainable, realistic, and time-bound. Now, let's do something very simple. Can you give me an objective, a purpose, a consulting purpose? Can I have like 5 persons to give me 5 consulting, establish 5 consulting purpose? Maybe someone could choose IT, another one education, another one training, another one legal, another one medical, anyone you want to choose, another one, just choose any area you want. But can we have at least 5 objectives, established 5 objectives? Can we have 5 objectives? If you raise your hand, we'll mute you and let's proceed. 5 objectives, 5 purposes. Are we together? Okay, so I have 4 cents. First one, okay. Please kindly unmute and listen from you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Increased sales. Can I be an objective? Increased sales or increased income?
Okay.
Increased sales.
Okay. Is that all?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Can we have, so thank you so much for that. Someone on, Larry Emma said on workplace to increase productivity and profit. Okay. Can I get one more? Just one more. Just one more. Just one more. One more. One more example. To improve efficiency. Okay. All right. So let me come back. I just want you to have your attention here, because if you don't get it here, you might not get it in any other thing. Please, let me be sure. I want to have like 10 years in the chat room. Let me be sure you're hearing me. You know, I cannot see you now, but I need to be sure you're hearing me. Can I have 10 people give me 10 years in the chat room? 10 years. Because if only 10 people can get what I'm doing, I'll be very okay. Okay, is it up to 10? Okay, so thank you. Now, note, I said you should use action verbs when developing your purpose. Yes, increase or increase is an action verb. Improve is an action verb. Let me get to see other things that I saw there. Increase, improve. I think that's All right, so we've used an action verb. But remember, I said this purpose needs to be smart. So simple, measurable. So question number 2 is to increase income and or sales. Is it measurable? Just saying increase income or increase sales, is it measurable? Now, if it is measurable, type 1. If it is not measurable, type 2. If it is measurable, type 1. If you think it's measurable, type 1. If you think it's not measurable, type 2. The same thing with improve. If you think improve is measurable, type 1. If you think it's not measurable, type 2. So I have a few people just, okay. So thank you. But I want to ask a question. What is the basis to measure increase or increase? What is the measure? What makes it measurable? What makes increase measurable? What will you see after an increase that you know that, yes, this is increase? What makes it measurable? Now, let me say this again. Increase, yes, is an action verb. But remember, we are looking at having something more than what we used to have. Now, if I say increase sales, that does not really, yes, thank you so much, Dr. Alice. It does not really tell the impact on the bottom line. Okay, it doesn't really tell the bottom line. If you say improve, it doesn't really tell the bottom line. It doesn't really tell the impact on the bottom line. And that's why I gave the first example. I said, example, you could say increase income or sales by 25%, assumedly, within the next 6 months. Now, at this point, do we have matrices? Do we have data that we can use to measure? Yes. Now, if there is anything that happened within the next 6 months and we don't have 25%, we don't have that within the next 90 days, then or within the next 6 months, then we can begin to find the difference. But there must be tangibility of data. I need you to understand that there must be tangibility of data. When you say increase sales, that scope becomes vague. And that's why if we're unable to, we have a problem here. Let me go back to this problem. See that particular problem. The problem of defining and controlling the scope of work is a very big problem. If we're unable to define the purpose clearly, specifically, in measurable format, within time bounds, if we are unable to do that, it will be difficult to deal with this defining and controlling the scope of work. And most consultants face that. We use very simple terms, but not measurable. Simple, but not measurable. Then the next thing you want to ask yourself is, that particular statement you made, is it attainable within the measurable limits? Is it realistic? Within the time bound, is it measurable? Those are the things you want to do. That defines your scope in simple terms. And when the scope begins to go above or beyond, you can call the attention of the client and say, look at what our bottom line says. Oh, this is what our scope of work says. This is what our MOU says. This is what our service level agreement says. This is what the proposal says. You just have to be specific. And that's why you need to understand the problem of your customer so that you can know what you want to achieve. That thing that you want to achieve is where your interest is. Do you get that? Does anyone have any question around this? Now, it has been a long time. You ran away, now you're back. You're welcome back. Increase machine availability in the next 90 days by 30%. But what you also want to find out is that this machine is object, right? It could be better off to say we want to procure maybe 30 machines within the next 90 days. That makes it easier. If we discover that we have need for more machines, so we can set up a target of saying, we need you to procure 30 machines for us in the next 90 days. But if we say increase machine availability in the next 90 days, what if we added only one when we needed 20 machines? That is increase, but does it solve the problem? Always find the root cause. Root cause. Please, can we type this in the problem? Sorry, the chat room. Root cause. Always find the root cause, because that will help you in determining your objective. Can we type this in the chat room? The root cause. Root cause. Root cause. Root cause. Root cause. Can we type that? Root cause. 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 Thank you. Root cause. Root cause. Root cause. Root cause. Root cause. So to have a clearer objective, you must know the root cause, right? So if we need 30 machines to increase productivity by 90% in the next 30 days, if we need a consultant to procure that machine, we just tell him exactly, see, we need to improve our productivity in the next 90 days by 20%, and we need 30 extra machines. Can you do this for us? That becomes the problem. It's not left for the consultant to determine his capacity. And you know, consulting is in different folds. You have procurement consultants, you have work-based consultants like engineers, builders, and all of those guys. Automobile, they are work-based. Then you have those that do services, pure services, pure services. Okay, all right. Does anyone have a question around this particular area? Because we need to understand how to define purpose before moving on. Okay, does anybody have a question around here? If you have a question, please feel free to let me know. Now, after that, the next thing you want to do is create a management plan for the needs assessment. As soon as you know what the purpose is, the purpose definitely gives you guide on the scope. And then as soon as you know what the scope is, you can then develop a plan on how to meet up with that purpose. Then the next thing is, what are the major need areas? You want to know the milestones, the critical areas, the milestones, right? Is there any existing information on this matter? If yes, then you need to fetch it and use it for your decision making. If not, then you need to go to the next phase of data gathering. Then determine need assessment methods you will use in justifying that, yes, this need truly exists. Then the phase 2 is the data gathering, where you have gathering of data, gather data on the needs, change methods or strategies if original plan is not working. Then also have your data analysis, prioritize the needs so that you can focus on the most important ones and summarize your findings. Then on the phase 3 is the post-assessment, which is utilization. Set priorities to make informed decisions, create and consider solutions, communicate results to appropriate audience, in this case, your clients, evaluate the needs assessment, what worked well and what did not work well. This is after you might have implemented, you will now do your feedback analysis, what worked well and what did not work well. Okay. Let me proceed very fast. Now, for you as a person, how do you address these needs? Now, it's very simple. If you don't know the pains, you cannot find the gains. If you don't know the pains, you cannot find the gains. If you don't know the problem, you can't find the solution. So your attention is, what is the pain that this person is facing? What is the problem that this person is facing? And remember, what you just want to find out is the root cause, the root cause, the root cause, the root cause. Okay, root cause. And very soon we'll take a sales case study. Okay, root cause. So in addressing the need, the problem solving there is that find the problem and then develop the solution. Find the problem and then develop the solution. If there is no problem, there will be no solution. If there is no pain, there will not be any gain, right? So you need to find these two balance. So what are the solutions and what are the gains that you're bringing to the problems that this person is facing? Now, the 6 steps to problem solving. according to uapd.edu. Number one, define the problem. Number two, determine the root cause or the root causes of the problem. Remember, this is very, very important. I will share an experience with you, then I'll come back to this. I have a mechanic, a very good guy that I trust. I can give him my car for weeks, for days, and I don't bother. Okay, and in over 2 years of being my mechanic, I've not had 1 day of distrust. He has not given me a reason to distrust him once, right? Now, one day he told me something. Sometimes he was not around, and I had a reason or I had a need to service my car. And I took the car to a normal mechanic. And I discovered that after they serviced the car was just every day I was now finding myself in the mechanic. So at some point, something just occurred to me like, why don't you stop using this car for now until your mechanic comes back? And that was what I did. I stopped. So when my mechanic came back, I called him. I said, this is how this car is behaving and all of that. And he asked me a question. I said, sir, did you send this car to anybody? I said, yes, I took it to a mechanic. He said, sir, that's the problem. I said, what do you mean? He said, most mechanics, what they do is that they want you to keep coming back to their shop to and fro so that they keep making more money. So they solve one problem and create another so that you come back. Okay. Now, my mechanic can service my car and I will not have me to service it again for the next 3 months. But this particular guy serviced my car. In 2 weeks, my engine oil dried up. In 2 weeks, I was wondering what happened. This car has never behaved like this before. And then when my mechanic came, he was not telling me what happened. Okay, in 2 weeks, I had to change parts because I parked the car thinking that every person can be trusted. I parked the car and left for work. On coming back, I had multiplied problems with the car. Now, don't be that kind of consultant that want to solve one problem and create another. Always look for the root cause and deal with it. Customers are comfortable when you are a person of integrity and you are really committed to solving their problems rather than multiplying the problem. All right, very, very important. And as soon as you do that, you develop alternative solutions, select the best solution, implement solution, and evaluate the outcome. Customers will be better off with this. Okay, and you know, in all of this, service delivery is important. Customer service is very, very important. All right, customer service is very, very important. It's very, 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 very important. All right, let me move on faster. Now, how do you identify your client's needs? We've already spoke about all of this when we are dealing with that particular chart, that graph. Now, number one, understand your client's business. What does your client do? What products, what services does he sell or develop? Do you understand his structures, business structures? Do you understand his processes? Do you understand his systems? Do you understand his procedures? Do you understand his customers? Okay, you need to understand these things because the truth is the problem he's facing is coming from either one or a combination of these. Okay, now do you understand the business environment where your customer operates? The problem of the client might be that he doesn't understand the environment and he's still forcing himself to do well in that environment. So you as a business consultant, do you understand the environment? If you understand the environment, you stand a chance to advise him or her well and then get a better advantage. But if you don't understand the business environment, there is problem for both you and the client. And that's where we start hearing things. I paid him and he came here and did nonsense. Okay. Now, the other one is, do you understand the client's customers? Very, very important. Very, very important. He does your client does what he does because of his customers. Sometimes customers might, or perhaps business owners might get so overwhelmed that they don't pay attention to the changes happening in the behavior of their customers. So if you are contacted as a consultant on customer relationship or customer retention, part of the thing you might want to find out is, has there been a change in the attitude of customers and what led to the changes? What had been their behavior before, maybe 3 years before, and what is their behavior now? And what can you prospect to be their behavior in time? You need to understand clients, customers. And then the next one is understand industry trends. Okay, some businesses still hold very tight to very ancient practices and still expect to survive in contemporary times. So do you understand the trends? The trends in artificial intelligence, the trends in IT, the trends in customer-centric work environment, the change or the trends in emotional intelligence, leadership, and all of that. Do you understand those trends? Do you understand how the market is evolving? Do you understand the impact, the economic impact of the policies made in Ukraine over Africa? Do you understand the impact of the Nigerian policies on US? Do you understand the impact? You need to understand these trends. And that's why we advise consultants, pay attention to journals, industry-based journals. You get to have more information. I always love the Lagos Business School quarterly review of the economy. It gives you an insight, okay? It gives very deep insight. You don't need to understand all the figures. Just know that, okay, this happened there, this happened there. Oh, there's possibility of this may happen. We all need to understand trends, and that makes us better consultants. Then the other one is, do you understand the state of the client's competitors? Do you understand the client competitors? Do you understand their state? Do you know the level they are now? You need to understand the buoyancy or the inadequacies of the competitors of your clients. Very, very important. The next one is, do you understand the business state, the current business state of your client? Okay, do you understand this current business state? Compare it with the industry trends, compare it with the competitors. Do you understand his current business state? And then the next one is conduct a competency gap analysis. The problem with your client could be that he lacks competency in the business he's doing. It could be that he lacks skills. It could be that he lacks some sort of networks. So you may have to now do a competency gap analysis and then provide the right coaching or training where need be. And then agree on the future state and set out plans of action. Now, these things I say there, are they difficult to understand? Identifying your customers' needs. If what I just said, if it makes sense to you, please can you type 1 in the chat room? As a consultant, if you think this will help you, type 1 in the chat room. And if you think you don't get it, just ask us questions. Remember, this is just practical. If we don't get it now, we may have to find a way to secure attention to get it later. So anything you don't understand, feel free to ask us, right? That's why we are gathered. Remember, we have an assurance. You need to increase your sales or sales rate or customer retention rate by 25%, or at least within the next 90 days, have to develop a product that you can sell for 1 million at least. I'm not saying you can develop a product that will give you 1 million at once, but at least you can generate 1 million, right? And I know you can generate much more. If I have a question, please ask me. If you're not asking me a question, I feel bad. Okay, I don't feel good when people don't ask me questions. And I don't want you to I don't want you to over understand what I'm saying. I want us to interact. Okay. All right, so let's move on to a pause. So we're going to take just a 2-minute pause. And when we're back, we'll round up. Now, someone will ask, when are we supposed to close this training? So we said each day is minimum of 3 hours, right? Is it minimum of 4 hours, right? Okay, so minimum of 4 hours. So today's class will end at least by 6 p.m. Nigerian time, 6 p.m. West African time. Right, hope it's not too long. So we'll take a 2-minute pause, stretch out, review what we've done. If you have a question, you can get back to me. So I will hand over to the coordinator now.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Banito. At this point, he has been saying type 11 in the chat room. I won't say that for now, but I will also admonish us. If you have question at any point, it will be better you ask. I remember my lecturer in school, then we continue asking, is there any question for me? And when everybody is quiet, he will turn to us and say, remember, after this lecture, if you meet me, it is consulting and you pay. So we are not saying you will pay if you meet us after the program, but I'm saying it is better to ask now. Later, we may be very busy. So Dr. Banito, thank you very much for that session. Now, there is another class assignment that will be like class task that will be engaging in now, just to help us stretch. If this were a physical class, we will tell everybody to stand up and stroll around, walk around, stretch your feet. I know you can be doing it while you listen to me. This is a general class task. I want us to do something for the Institute. For those who enjoyed, I know all of us who are here enjoyed the lecture. You've been enjoying and participating actively. I used to see if they say type 11, the whole chat room will be flooded with 11. I will be pasting a link in the chat room. This is just, it is not enough for you to tell us, thank you, you're doing well. I want us to take this task very seriously. This link is a Google review. I want you to click this link. It's a 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes task. Click it, let it take you to the review session of Google. Give us a 5-star rating, And after your rating, you can just type any review. Maybe if you are recommending IIPM, maybe if you enjoy the lecture of today or previous lectures that you've attended, you can just put it down in the review, but just give us a 5-star rating and review. So I'll be pasting the link now in the chat room. Once you touch that link, it takes you to the Google section of review and the rating. So this is the class task in form of our stretching that we'll be doing now. And when we return, once you just return, type done. Please don't be a passive participator or passive attendee of this class. I want you to be active, full active, conscious participation is what we emphasize the first time. The link is on the chat room. Please just click and we want to see us come back and type done. Please click on the link. Please, 5-star rating, 5-star. That you enjoyed, and in fact IIPM is number 1 for you does not mean you should go to the review and give the rating and give us 1. I want you to go there and click a 5-star rating. I'll go silent now, and in 2 minutes I will unmute and see how far we've gone, but I'll keep monitoring the chat room. Princess, because of you, Princess Nnabuife, I'm giving extra 30 seconds. Extra 30 seconds. Sorry about the network issue. I have reshared that link. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for that breather. In fact, you should be thanking me for giving you this opportunity to stretch your leg, to stretch not just your legs now, your ears, the whole part of your body. So we'll continue in earnest, and we also saw that Dr. Banito also stretched his legs. So thank you and welcome back. If you have others who have not joined us, okay, you may not worry, but if anybody is close to you, tell the person to join. We will continue. The ignition is on now. So welcome back and let us continue. I am patching you over to Dr. Banito to continue his lecture. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We observed that some people were having challenges with the Zoom. We cannot really say why, but we'll try and make sure that all of this is resolved before tomorrow's class, all right? We found a good number of people on YouTube, which simply means perhaps they tried here and they couldn't connect, so they used YouTube. But we'll try and make sure we resolve this by tomorrow. Thank you so much once again for the review. Let's move ahead. Now, niche consulting. What pays most in consulting is when you are a special, or when you have specialized skills in an area of consulting. General consulting, everybody can do it, but we need specialized consulting. So whenever you hear us talk of niche consulting, we're just talking about finding out the area where you specialized in and you can perform well on. Now, specializing in a particular field rather than general consulting practices, it is better for you. And for you to do that, you must have an in-depth knowledge of the subject area. So is it marketing you want to go into? Is it HR? Is it project management? Is it, you must have, not just have knowledge, you must have the requisite skills and everything needed. Now, what are the factors you should consider in choosing your niche? Number one, do you have the expertise in that area? The skills, the competency, the attitude, the knowledge, the experiences, the certifications, and the licenses needed. Do you have them? You know, some of us might not really understand the place of professional certifications, but it gives you a very strong edge. Yeah, it gives a very strong edge. So if you're a consultant and you don't have professional certifications or professional memberships to back up your claim as a consultant, you have not started. You're hoping to start. All right. And part of your preparations to move into consulting is to build capacity, build skills, build competencies, build attitudes. These things are evident in the certifications you display. Now, if you want to tell me that you want to talk about emotional intelligence, and then I look at your CV, there is no trace of professional workshops attended on emotional intelligence, or there is nothing around emotion, and you want to teach me emotional intelligence, I'll find it difficult to choose you. And one thing we also need to understand, the LinkedIn, or will I say digital profiling, had become the easiest route for people to do recruitment, whether it is staff recruitment or recruitment of consultants. So if you go to your LinkedIn profile, for instance, or your Google profile, what does it say about you? You have to be sure of the things you're offering and provide all proofs. Proof, do you know what is proof? Tomorrow we talk about proof. Proof, provide all proofs to show that, yes, you have the capacity to deliver. Then another thing you should consider is the competition in that field you're going into. Look at the change rate and product life cycle for the products in that industry. How long do they last? Remember, more of what you want is sustainability. I'm not in any way saying if the lifespan of the product is short, you shouldn't go into it. That's not what we're saying. Rather, what we're saying is if the environment for that particular product is an agile environment, then you also have to have an agile structure and agile processes. Then look at the predictability and complexity of the consulting area. Look at the target market, the audience. Do you have what it takes to face them? Do you have what it takes to handle their problems? Then look at the barriers to entry. Look at the growth and diversification potential. This is very, very important. Any consulting adventure you want to do, you must see the possibility of growth. Okay. The truth is, if your record for 2020, or let's say 2015, shows that you did better than you did in 2016, then there is a challenge somewhere, irrespective of whatever changes that may come. Now, if your result in 2016 shows that you did better in 2016 than 2020, then there is a problem. That means possibility of growth is slim in the area you've chosen. But if the possibility of growth is high and the possibility of diversification is high, then you can do well enough. For instance, let's say you do HR recruitment, for instance, and then you know that there is a possibility of diversifying to training. Okay, that's a good one. And then you also know that there is also a possibility of diversifying to coaching. There is a possibility of diversifying to mentoring. There is a possibility of diversifying to offshoring. So you must know how your growth potential is, and then also check the financial reward. Well, IPM might do programs and you feel like, how do these guys get money? Yeah, don't worry about that. Any consulting that you're doing that cannot take care of your expenses, you need to sit down and rethink it. Any consulting that you're doing that it cannot take care of your expenses, you need to sit down and rethink that choice. You need to sit down and rethink that choice. Then another consideration is the reputation you built. Do you have reputation? And just like I say, digital profiling is taking over. Digital profiling is taking over. What are people saying about you online? Very, very important. What do you say online about yourself? Very, very important. How many people do you have in your followership? How many people have quality contact in your followership? These are very, very important. Then also consider the team of people you want to work with, and then consider the networks to belong to. Okay. If you want to be a high-profile consultant, you just have to be part of the community that makes things work. If you say you're a HR consultant, you don't have a HR certificate, and yet you don't belong to any HR body, there's a problem somewhere. You're a management consultant, you don't have management certification, and you don't belong to any management body, there's a problem somewhere. You are a lawyer, of course, if you're a lawyer, you don't belong to a bars association, there must be a problem. That one is no longer a lawyer. All right. So these are some of the things to consider if you want to go into niche consulting. And my sincere recommendation, don't go general, go niche. Find your best place and fit into it. Now, this is where we are going to be breaking us into groups to quickly conduct the workshop, and then we'll be back. Now, to help you discover your area of interest in niche consulting, you need to carry out what we call SWOT analysis. And SWOT simply means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths are all of the things you think you have to make you succeed in your consulting. The weaknesses are the challenges you think might stop you from succeeding. The opportunities are all of the possibilities you see in your consulting, and the threats are what the market is presenting to you, what your competitors are presenting, what the trends are presenting that you think you won't be able to cope. So if you break this into two, you have the internal business environment and you have the external business environment. So your strengths and your weaknesses are from internal dimension, either internal as an individual or internal as an organization, while the external has to do with the opportunities and the threats. Now, before we go to class activity, we've said so much. Do I have any question? Question, 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 question. Okay, so we are going to break us into groups, and you're going to do all of the things we have been talking about since it's time to prove to what extent you've understood. So we are going to break us into 3 groups. So we have about 31 persons, excluding the staff. So some group will be 7, some group will be 8, some group will be 9. So group 1, if you find yourself in group 1, this is what you're going to be looking at. You want to start a consulting firm, clearly prove your capacity for your choosing niche. So you're going to conduct a SWOT analysis on your capacity. So what are these skills? Prove your understanding of the market, understanding of the client's needs and all of that. Give us the SWOT analysis to show that you have capacity. Capacity. Do you get that? Group 2, you are being contacted by a client for a consultant's engagement. Prove that you can handle this engagement. So what you want to do is choose any kind of engagement of your choice. Maybe say HR consult outsourcing. Choose any engagement of your choice, and then prove that, yes, you can handle that particular engagement with your SWOT. And then group 3, conduct a SWOT analysis on any choosing niche of your choice, any choosing niche of consulting of your choice. We are going to break this room into 3. So you're going to see a pop-up on your screen that will tell you to accept. So you just accept and join your group. Now, if you're in the YouTube, you might not be able to get this engagement. However, You can drop all your comments. You can choose any of the areas and drop your comment. We'll read them out in course of the presentation. So I'll repeat again, each group, we are going to separate you to three groups. So each group is to work on as seen on the screen, and then come back after 15 minutes. So you have 15 minutes to your discussion. After 15 minutes, you come back and then present your findings to us. So group one, your SWOT analysis is SWOT to prove your capacity or your choosing niche. Group two, prove your capacity to handle a consulting engagement. So choose any consulting engagement of your choice. Group three, your own is to conduct a SWOT analysis on your choosing niche for consulting. So group one and group two are doing basically the same thing, while group two is doing something different. Group one and group three are doing basically the same thing, and then group two is doing something different. Any question before we break into groups? And please make sure you participate. Make sure you participate. So as soon as we'll break into groups, in case the network throws you out, please, as soon as you identify your group, you write it somewhere. In case the network throws you out and you're coming back, just let us know which group you belong to so that we can redirect you to that group, right? Okay. So just look at your screen, you will see an information. And please, when you get your group, don't wait for anybody to start the discussion, just start your discussion. You have 15 minutes. So exactly by 5:15 Nigerian time, we'll be stopping. Thank you. Adegu Olaito, you need to join your group. Dr. Alex, you need to join your group. Aaron Moses, Ingpo, Kayode Ajala, Larry Amos, Motrayo Uye Motroyo. Please, let's join our groups. Njideka, Ogumakiwa, Oluwaseun Princess, Selassie, All right, for those of us that are still in the room here, what could be the challenge? Is it that you did not see the pop-up or what? Adegun Ali. So please, can we join our groups? Yeah. Um, Yes, for the first page. Please, for people that are still in the room here, we've tried to move you to different groups so that you can get assigned, but there is no response. Now, please, if you're here, you can hear me, kindly type something in the chat room. Let me know. If you can hear me, let it not be that you're just present and if you can hear me, type something in the chat room. If you're just joining, we are currently having our workshop sections. So you need to join the group and then be part of the group. If you're just joining, we're just having our workshop section. So you need to join the group. So just kindly accept the invitation to join the group and then join the group. All right, so Ajala, you can hear me. Let's see, Ajala. Ajala, you're already assigned to group 2. You're already assigned to group 2, but let me reassign you to group. So Ajala, you'll find the request information there, kindly accept. All right, we are all welcome back. I trust we had a wonderful time in our sections. So in the next 10 minutes, we'll just take 3 minutes for each group, from group 1 to group 3. Please come have your presenters so that you can share what you discussed. Group 1, please, who is presenting for you? That's room 1. We have Adefuke, Dixon, Chukudu, Harold, Ige, Oluwaseun, Suleiman, Taiwo, Temilade, and Victor. Please, who is presenting for group 1? And so we don't have all the time. If your group is not ready, we'll go to the next group. Please, group 2, who is presenting for group 2? We have Adegu, Damilola, Excellence, Moturayo, Princess, and Stephen. I hope I'm calling the right names. Okay, who is presenting for group 2? Just raise your hand and then we'll unmute you. Okay, Truslin is presenting. Please, for which group? For which group is she presenting? Okay, we will distribute the list very soon. So group 2. So group 2, if you're ready. Okay, so I see Mr. Suleiman. So all the group presenters, please just raise your hand so that we'll just unmute you accordingly. So let's ask Mr. Suleiman. Mr. Suleiman, you're welcome. Let's hear from you.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir.
I'm presenting for group 1.
Okay.
And our assignment is, I will just read verbatim. You want to start a consulting firm, clearly prove your capacity for your chosen niche. Okay, so what we are to do is to prove that we have the competence that is required to offer the consulting assignment that we want to engage in. A consulting firm has a name that we have given to it, and is the Human Resettlement Consultancy. That's the name of the consulting firm we want to establish. And the focus of the consulting firm is resettlement of victims of human trafficking, resettlement of victims of irregular migration. Maybe they want to move from one area to the other, and then they're intercepted on the way, and things happen. They are taken to where they do not intend going. We want to resettle victims that are displaced by natural occurrences like climate change, there's disaster, and so on. Victims of war, like those in Ukraine now, we have a lot of people moving away from Ukraine. Those people need to be resettled. And surely the organization that will resettle them will need consultancy services that will lead them and guide them on the proper way to resettle these people. So our clients include, our focus include the UNICEF. We want to work with the UNICEF. We want to work with international labor organizations. We want to work with some international NGOs. We want to work with African Union. We want to work with international migration organizations and so on. And then,
hello, sir, you just have 1 more minute. You have 1 minute.
Okay.
Kindly prove to us that you can perform in your choosing niche.
Yes.
What are your capacities?
Yes, our team, the team we have been able to put together is showing us that it's a proof of our capacity. In our team, we have a law individual, okay, that is heading the team. We also have in our team educators. We have medical consultants in our team. We have counseling psychologists. We have mental health coaches. And then we have sociologists. We also have on our team a retired immigration officer in our team. That team is a robust one that will help in, counseling of those who are displaced.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Suleiman. That's from Group 1. So Group 1, your strength lies on your educators. In fact, your team is your capacity. So thank you so much for that. Group 2, who is presenting for Group 2, kindly raise your hand. Group 3, also raise your hand. Let's take this very quickly. Please, we have less than 30 minutes to end this whole discussion for today. Please, can we have, okay, please, Group 3 or the next person, Traslin, please, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, class.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, our group is that we have been consulted by a school to help them in increasing the student turnover by 70% by the end of the third term. So what we quickly did was to have a process management, we now designed what we will do. First, when they contacted us, we asked them some questions about the school, which they told us. Then I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring out something. Sorry, sir. So we now did a plan. We went into action. We did a plan. We did a plan. Then we tried to do the diagnosis of the issue by analyzing the problem. They told us that it's a big school. They have the facilities, everything, but they found out that at the end of the first term, parents took away, it is nursery and primary school actually, parents took the students away. What is the issue? Parents couldn't tell them, so that was why. So we now look at the analysis. We looked at the qualification of teachers. We look at the relationship between teachers and students, teachers and parents. We look at the leadership style, that leadership style
We drink pure water.
between management and teachers. Then we look at the school environment itself. Does it meet the needs of the teachers? Of the parents. Then we look at the fees compared to that environment and compared to other schools. So we did our fact finding, asking teachers, what is the leadership style? We don't just ask them, we ask them some questions. We ask the students, students, those nursery and primary school students, we came and asked them 1 or 2 questions. They are easily impressionable, so they can tell you what they want, what you want to hear. So we ask some questions. Then we also look at the environment and the marketing style of the school. Are they do they know the school outside that environment? How is the school known? What do they do? Jingles? Are they branded? We look at the school fees. So we now came up with some facts which we told the school management. Number one, that some teachers are not actually qualified, but instead of throwing them away, what we do is to train them in some competency skills. And as we train them, we'll be watching them. So we also find out that some teachers do not have that pedagogical relationship with students because they are not qualified. If you are qualified, okay. So we also spoke with few parents because the management actually allowed us to speak with parents, and they also confirmed that the students were not enjoying that relationship. So we also look at the fees, and we told them they should decrease their fees so that they can pull more while we do the training. So they allowed us, we did the training, and at the end of the day, we did follow up on what we have, what we did, and before you know it, by the end of that third term, the student turnover actually increased, at least, if not up to 70%, it increased at about 65%. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Group 2, for that wonderful presentation. Group 1 did wonderful too. Okay. So can we have Group 3 very quickly before we discuss and then round up? Group 3, who is presenting for Group 3? Group 3, conduct a SWOT analysis on your chosen niche. Group 3, Nobody from group 3? Okay, so for the sake of time, we don't have to dwell here for long. Okay, so the questions were quite simple. The question was proof. So all you wanted to do is prove, right? So prove that you have capacity to do this. All I was expecting, apart from, okay, group 1, you gave us your team capacity, which is a good one, but we also wanted experience. We also wanted your licenses, your accreditations as a consulting firm or as a consulting person. We also needed to know your level of compliance. We also wanted to know, do you have partners or accreditors, partners or affiliates? These are the things you want to prove. These are the things you want to prove. The same thing with group 2. Okay, and the same thing with group 3. So if they say prove, first of all, you want to establish that you understand the problem, but more importantly, you want to prove. You want evidential proof that yes, you can handle it. So for all the trials given, thank you and well done work. The next time they say proof, please just give them all the standards you've met, all the quality requirements that you have, the strategies that you have, please just list it in sequential order, right? All right, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that workshop. We're going to have another workshop, but that will be a take-home workshop, all right? Now, quickly, business development. In less than 30 minutes, let's talk about business development. Business development encompasses a wide scope of ideas, activities, and initiatives that a business owner and management implement with the goal of making the business better. Business development can include many objectives, such as sales, growth, business expansion, the formation of strategic partnerships, and increased profitability. Successful business development impacts every department within a company, including sales, marketing, manufacturing, human resources, accounting, finance, product development, and vendor management. Business developers should be aware of new market opportunities, possibilities for expansion, and competitor development, and the current sources of the company's revenue. Business development strategies. Now, your clients are the only reason why you have a business, and we must understand that the most important thing you want from your customer is attention, his or her attention. If you can't get a customer's attention, you can't get anything from him or her. So you must work, your strategy number 1 is getting the attention of the customer, getting the attention of the customer. And we'll be discussing this by tomorrow when we deal with customer client relationship and all of that. We'll be dealing with that. So without attention from the right audience, you won't make a sale and you won't even make anything at all. So your strategy should be bent on how do you get the attention. So this is what the whole strategy is all about. Your first strategy is attracting prospects. So what are the strategies for attracting prospects? You could use things like influencers and referral sources if you wish, but by tomorrow we'll look at much more simple ways and cost-effective ways you could use. The second strategy will be build engagement, and the third strategy will be turn opportunities into clients. Now, if you look at this funnel, they call this the funnel strategy. You find that when you are doing your marketing, the number of people that come or indicate interest in your product, when you take them to the next level of engagement, you see the size will reduce. By the time you come up to the opportunities or turning them into sales, you see the opportunities really reduce. So that's why in using please kindly mute that system. It's echoing here. When you use the 80-20 rule, only 20% of the people you attracted will give you the sales. The remaining 80%, will not give you that sales. So 80% of your work will give you 20% of results. So 20% of all the people you attracted will give you just 20% of the sales. So what you want to do is attract as much prospects as you want, turn them into engagement, and then the higher the number, the higher the possibility of having more sales. Do you get the point? The higher the number, the higher the possibility of getting more sales, right? Very, very important. All right, thank you. So by tomorrow, we'll spend more time talking about this, and this is where the business is. Believe me, this is where the business is, all right? Now, I want us to watch this video, and by the time we are done with this video, we'll discuss the business model, and then we will be done for the day. There is a video I want you to watch, so let me get the video up. So just give me a second, let me get the video. I just want you to watch this video. Okay. Please, if you heard the sound and you can see the video, please kindly type "wow" in the chat room before I play it louder. If you heard the sound and you can see the video, please kindly type "wow" in the chat room. Okay, so let me play the video. If you don't see the video when I start playing, please let me know. If you don't see the video, please let me know. If you don't see it and you don't hear it in the next 5 seconds, please do let me know.
An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas, a tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business models. Let's briefly go through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value. This includes simple users and paying customers. For each segment, you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create value for your customers. The channels describe through which touchpoints you're interacting with customers and delivering value. The customer relationships outline the type of relationship you're establishing with your customers. The revenue streams make clear how and through which pricing mechanisms your business model is capturing value. Then you need to describe the infrastructure to create, deliver, and capture value. The key resources show which assets are indispensable in your business model. The key activities show which things you really need to be able to perform well. The key partners show who can help you leverage your business model, since you won't own all key resources yourself, nor you perform all key activities. Then once you understand your business model's infrastructure, you'll also have an idea of its cost structure. So with the business model canvas, you can map out your entire business model in one image. This works for startup entrepreneurs just as well as for the most senior executives.
All right, thank you so much. I trust everyone watched this. Now, I'm going to play this again, but this time around, you have an assignment, and your assignment is identify how many building blocks we have in a business and what they are. So you're going to write them down, and then we'll talk about them in a few seconds, and then we'll be done. How many building blocks do we have in the business, and what are they? That's all you need to do now. So you're going to watch it again. It's just for 2 minutes.
An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas, a tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business models. Let's briefly go through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value. This includes simple users and paying customers. For each segment, you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create value for your customers. The channels describe through which touchpoints you're interacting with customers and delivering value. The customer relationships outline the type of relationship you're establishing with your customers. The revenue streams make clear how and through which pricing mechanisms your business model is capturing value. Then you need to describe the infrastructure to create, deliver, and capture value. The key resources show which assets are indispensable in your business model. The key activities show which things you really need to be able to perform well. The key partners show who can help you leverage your business model, since you won't own all key resources yourself, nor you perform all key activities. Then once you understand your business model's infrastructure, you'll also have an idea of its cost structure. So with the business model canvas, you can map out your entire business model in one image. This works for startup entrepreneurs just as well as for the most senior executives.
All right, thank you so much for watching. Now, in the next 5 minutes, can we please discuss this? Number 1, how many building blocks do we have in a business? How many building blocks do we have in a business? From this, okay, from the discussion, how many do we have? Okay, so I'm seeing 9. Did I see 11? Okay, so 9 building blocks. So what are these building blocks? What are these building blocks? What are these building blocks? What are the building blocks? So I'm seeing customer segment, customer relationship, key resources, key partnership, revenue streams, value proposition, channels, cost structure. All right. So thank you so much for all of this. Now, quickly, let me round up. A business model canvas is a visual representation of a business model highlighting all key strategic factors. In other words, it is a general, holistic, and complete overview of your company's workings, customers, revenue streams, and more. The business model canvas has 9 segments. Now, these are the key things we see in the business model canvas. You have your key partnerships or key partners, key activities, key resources, value proposition, key or customer segment, customer relationship channels, cost structure, revenue, and Yeah, correct. Revenue. Now, importantly, we always say this, before you start a business, always set out a vision, set out your mission, and set out your objectives. Very, very important. Now, diagrammatically, this is what we have. Now, we're going to take this home as an assignment. If we say group, we might not be too fair. So we don't want to put you in a group because not everybody in a group will have the same consulting interest, right? So every one of us, this is the assignment, just this. Now, fill up all of this before tomorrow, and then we'll discuss all of them. Fill up all of this before tomorrow, and then you present in class. So tomorrow I have your time. And please note, tomorrow's class might be longer than this, all right? So just prepare in advance, okay? Except you want us to have a spillover, of which we don't want to. So tomorrow's class will be longer than this, but fill this up. This is actually your consulting firm, as it were. Okay, so key partners, who are your major partners? Please consider all partners, key activities, your operations. Let's know the depth to which you understand your business. Key resources, what are your key resources? Your value propositions, what are the gains you're bringing in? What are the solutions you're bringing in to your customers? The customer segments, who are the customers you have and what are the segments, all right? Customer relationship, what strategies do you have in attracting, retaining customers? Then your channels, how do you distribute your services, your products? What are your marketing strategies? Your cost structure, what are the things you spend on and how do you spend? What are the things you spend on and how do you spend? And then you have your revenue streams. How do you make money? Please, we are not saying you should tell us how much you will make. We say, how do you make money, right? Cost structure, what do you spend money on? Revenue stream, what do you make money from? Or how do you make money? Okay, so get this. Whether you have this boss or not, it doesn't matter. Just get the 9 components and begin to fill them up gradually. Now, please note, you can use your PowerPoint to develop this. You can use your Microsoft Word to develop this, or any information processing tool to develop this, because we'll allow you to share your screen and tell us. And for the very first 10 people that will be presenting this, we'll give you the best advisory that you can get for free. For the first 10 people that will make the presentation, we'll critically review your work, review your models, and then be able to advise you accordingly. Okay. Do I have any question? Any question on this assignment or whatsoever? Because we just have 7 minutes left. Okay, so Mr. Charles, kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, everyone.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes, please, can you run through those points again? Just briefly, the 9 points. I was taking them down.
Okay.
Please,
so
thank you.
Number one, your key partners, all the key people that decide your business. Look at it from the SWOT point of view, both your internal and external partners. Did you get that point?
Yes.
Now, the key activities talks about the operations that take place in your business. So what are your business processes? We want to know, what are your business processes? All of them, the major processes that you carry out. We normally call them the key drivers, okay? Key driving activities or key driving operations. So we need to know them. Then your key resources. What are your key resources as a business consultant? What are your key resources? To someone, your key resource might be your partners. Another one, your key resource might be your collaborators. Another one, your key resource might be your pen and paper. Your key resource might be your computer. But whatever thing it is, just give us your key resources. What this means is that your key resources should be able to take care of your key activities or your key operations. Then the value proposition is, what are the services you're rendering? So you can draw a chart of services and the value they will give to the customer. If you want to make it much more elaborate, you have service or product, then you have a customer segment for that particular service, and then you have the value for that particular service. So you could have a chart like that, you could have a table like that. So you have your service or product, the customer segment for this particular service or product, and then the value for that. That's all. Then you have your customer segment. Divide your customers accordingly and what value they receive. The customer relationship, how do you attract and maintain customers? That's customer relationship. Then channels, your marketing strategies. How do you do your marketing? Cost structure. What do you spend on? Maybe you say you spend on human resource, you spend on invoice, you spend on transport, you spend on whatever you spend on, just, but note, this cost structure tells you the things that are possibly reoccurring, the costs that keep reoccurring over your business, okay? Then your revenue stream, what are the ways? How do you make money? What are the ways through which you make money? Some will say sales, some will say registration, some will say consulting fees, some will say service charge, whatever thing it is, just let us know. But look at this critically before you come up for presentation tomorrow. Possibly when you're done, ask somebody to help you review this before you bring it to class. But when you bring it to class, we'll get to know what you're doing, and then we'll review it and give you all the necessary critiques you can get. Okay. All right, Mr. Charles, is that okay?
Yes, very okay. Lastly,
yes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, lastly, people like us who are prospective consultants, I believe that we'll be able to garner the best of information and knowledge in this program. So far, so good. I can say I am happy with it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Are you the husband to Mrs. Sarah Etukudu?
Mrs. who?
Sarah Etukudu.
No. Okay, no.
Are you serious? Is where you're welcome, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so I have some other hands up. I will take only 2 questions, if any, and then we'll go home, please. I think we've had a great day. So please take notes back, 7P. We asked you to rename, but you did not. So kindly go ahead. We'll take your question for today. But next time, if your name is not there, we won't take it. Please go ahead.
All right.
Make it.
Sorry about that. This is Ridwan Moronoti.
Yeah. If I had known that is you, I wouldn't have even unmuted you.
Good evening, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's all about key activities. I think the way and manner I understand key activities, I think it's more of production, tangible or something like a tangible product. Now, if I'm interested in service rendering, how would I redefine or how would I project my key activities? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Please, key activities does not refer to only production only. Okay, every business has activity. There is no business that doesn't have activities. So you need to find, if your own is a consulting firm that deals with production, maybe you can find activities around production. But if you are into consulting, you must have key activities. Take, for instance, in IPM, we're into consulting, but we do learning and development, right? So what are key activities? We have admissions, we have training, we have certification, we have induction, we have marketing, we have sales, we have business development, we have several activities that we do here. So you could find your own activities alongside the things or the niche area you're interested in and build your key activities around them.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. So, Mr. Jazz, is your hand still up or is a new hand up? Please, if it's a new hand, kindly unmute. If it is an old hand, you can bring it down. Okay, seems to be like an old hand. Now, do I have any other question? The attendance sheet has been passed, and I'll be handing over to the class coordinator for the final announcement for the day. If there are no questions, thank you so much. And please do have a wonderful evening. Let's quickly take the announcements and then we'll be home.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banito. I was actually chatting with a friend who is in the group. I won't let him out. In the chat, he's telling me that, Austin, you guys made me. I've been in the bedroom for how many hours? Anyway, thank you very much. So it really shows how interesting and value-filled this program is. So Dr. Banito, thank you once more. And to all those who attended this, I must say congratulations to you. You should not take it lightly what you have learned. So congratulations once more. This will not end here. There has been a promise and a commitment the Institute has made through the Executive Director, who coincidentally is the resource person of today, or was the resource person of today, since he has dropped the baton. So we will keep to that and we will not fail on that. So I will actually just give us the announcement. Please just hang on. It's not been easy, but I must say thank you. Thank you. It's been worth it. So the training terms and conditions, once more. This training will grant you access to day one of this training is 100% free. We are reiterating because of what happened in the platform for some persons that shared their genuine concern, honest concern. So no, we understand with you. So the day one, today is the day one. Tomorrow will be day two. So access to day one of this training is 100% free. To access day two's training, participants will be requested to pay a minimum of 5,000 Naira or $15. It's actually a token to support our MDA CSR project. I told you that in due course, we'll have to bring up the issue of the program rather to you. Number three, training materials, templates, and certifications are available at highly discounted rates of 30,000 Naira instead of 125,000 Naira. For those who are used to IPM programs, workshops, conferences, you will understand the reason why we are saying highly. We are not just saying discounted rates, but highly discounted rates of 30,000 Naira, and it's equivalent to $105 instead of 125,000 Naira. Number four, sequel to the above, members of the Institute. We have our members that attended this training with us, and we have acknowledged some of them, even Professor also. We acknowledge you and other members. Please note the whole package, what we have been saying from above to access the 5,000 certificate, 30,000 is for non-members. Members of Integrated Institute of Professional Management, please, your own pay is 20,000 Naira. Day two, 5,000 Naira to register and be allowed in. Now for the certificate, training materials and templates, as we have promised, is just a commitment, a token of 15,000 naira from members only. This will also show the others. This will also be an encouragement and a motivation to others who are non-members of IIPM. This is not strange to members of the Institute. It's not strange to members of the Institute. We've been giving waivers and discounts like this. So, and at this, we are saying members, 20,000 naira is for you. So there is if you have your phones, you can just take a snapshot of this. If you are using your phones, actually, you can screenshot. These are the available payment channels that you can use for deposit and transfers. Please, to move from today, we want to see your commitments for those who have coming in, because this is actually a token you are committing to aid in the charity work we have spoken about, the CSR community service work that we'll be doing. The account name is Integrated Institute of Professional Management. The account number, for those who have their pens, account number 2094200740. I'll take this again. I don't know how fast I was. 2094200740. The bank name is UBA, United Bank for Africa. Now, for non-Nigerians, those who are outside the country or those who still wish to use this link, you can use this link displayed below. It's actually a secured Paystack link. Use it and make your own payment in USD. For those who have their pens, you can just write it down. HTT, T for Tango, H for house, HTTPS, column, paystack.com/pay/IIPM. I'll take that again, and for the last time, HTTPS, column, Paystack, it's together, Paystack, pay is PAYSTACK.com/pay/IIPM. So we are expecting your contributions from today. Now, this is the final one I'm going to let out. IIPM and you get to. IIPM is a global community of professionals offering great benefits to members, which include all but not limited to access to continuous professional development programs, both free and discounted. At least you have known why I made the previous comment. Access to quality network of professionals, the networking we've been talking about both in our programs and even outside our programs. The members understand this better. Access to IIPM resources. You're also entitled to use the membership acronym on your name. For instance, I'm the member of the Institute, so when I say my name is Nnakwe Augustine, you can also attach M for member, MIIPM, and there are other acronyms that you can be using if you are a fellow, FIIPM, and so on. You can gain access to professional support and advisory, access to unlimited free online workshops, access to partnership with the Institute. For those who implement different programs, both public and private, we can always continue partnering. In fact, we have opened our window of partnership this moment, and the Business Development Associate is already contacting some of our prospective partners to see ways we can partner together. Access to both local and international conferences at highly discounted rates. So thank you very much. We'll go to the next slide, and I'm rounding up already. So you can see This is the membership categories. Because of this program, we have decided to do a discounted subscription, membership subscription. Now we have 3 different categories. So for those who want to become associate members of the Institute, you've seen the acronym in brackets. Your requirements, the minimum requirement is your degree, either a degree, university degree or HND, 3 to 7 years working experience, plus proofs of 3 management workshops. Workshops like this, if you've attended in any other place, any other institute or organization, we need a proof of 3 management workshops attended, or even the IIPM courses you've attended. We need a proof of that. The actual fee for this, for subscribing to this associate member cadre is 85,000 naira. This is the actual fee, or its equivalent of $300. But I've been talking about the MDA CSR project, and this training of today is one of the ways we are committing to supporting the MDA CSR project. So every resources we gather from this very training will be deposited or used in funding the MDA CSR project for 100 directors, deputy directors, and assistant directors of the different ministries, departments, and agencies of government in Nigeria. Now that program is on the 30th. So the discounted fee, as against 85,000 naira, everybody, non-members can now pay 70,000 naira. Those who want to subscribe to this associate member cadre, or its equivalent of $245. Now for full membership, you see in brackets MIIPM, minimum requirement degree or HND, 8 to 11 years working experience, and proof of workshop, 3 management workshop you've attended. Actual fee 120,000 naira, or its equivalent of $420. Now, but the discounted fee as a full member with all the benefits attached to this cadre is 80,000 naira, or its equivalent of $280. So don't forget, I made an omission there, or an oversight, I don't know which. It is actually 6 management workshop, evidence of 6 management workshop for this level, those who will be subscribing to this level. And we have the third one, the fellow category. The fellow category. So the fellow category, the actual fee is 150,000 naira. Please, those who want to be fellows of this institute, the discounted fee you have to bring in now is 90,000 naira. Forget the 150,000 naira that is the actual that you have seen on our website. For the sake of this MDA CSR project, 90,000 naira, and you automatically qualify to becoming a fellow. But do not forget the terms and conditions. Minimum degree, HND, 12 years working experience, 12 years working experience, and an evidence of 7 management workshops you have attended. If we are saying an evidence, you will send us the certificates, a proof, means of verification that you have actually attended in the past 3 years, 7 management workshops. So to send in your information, to us, please do not forget to go to membership, send us your CV at membership@iipmi.org, membership@iipmi.org. If you want to go for the associate members, full membership or fellowship category, send your CV to membership@iipmi.com if you think you are qualified to becoming an associate, full member, or fellow of the institute. Thank you very much. The MDA CSR project will be coming up on the 30th of June, 2022 at Grand Cubana Hotels, Jabi, Abuja. And that is also the day we'll have the next induction. So for those who want to subscribe to any of the categories, as has been aforementioned, please do contact us almost immediately so that you will participate in the next induction in Grand Cubana Hotel, either virtually or you come in person. So as I have mentioned before now, we are organizing, it's actually a corporate social responsibility. So we are training 100 directors of MDAs free of charge. Executive Leadership Development and Innovation Workshop. It is actually free of charge. They are not paying a dime. We really want to see our civil service grow in capacity so that the value that they will be transmitting to us, so that we'll have a better country and a better society at large. So the program will be free for all directors, deputy directors, and assistant directors. The project is costing us, we have been putting 3.5 million on our different platforms, but it's costing us beyond 3.5 million. Our council members that are still present now will understand this better. In fact, we have been putting out a target of 3.5 million, but more expenses are coming in. But that, never to worry. 3.5 million, our support towards the achievement of this program is highly needed. We need your support to make this program a great success. Your membership fees and even the token we've asked you to pay for day 2, and even the certificate will be issuing at the end of day 2 to every participant of this workshop. These are all what is going to aid us in the planning and implementation of this our MDA CSR project for our directors, deputy directors, and associate directors. Please do well to patronize us and pay up and in time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So tomorrow's class, I don't know if 10 o'clock in the morning, 10 a.m. is okay for us, please, so that we will not waste our time. If it is okay for you, 10 a.m. will start immediately once it is 10 prompt. If it is okay for you, please go to the chat room. We are rounding up in earnest. Let's not be like politicians that when they say finally, it is actually when they are beginning their speech. Go to the chat room. If 10 a.m. is okay, just type 11, please. If 10 a.m. is okay, type 11. 11. 10 a.m. is early. In fact, the person even added bro. 10 a.m. is early. 11, 11, okay. Adefunke Abiodun, ma'am, you agreed to 10 a.m. Techno Spark, 10 a.m. Can we get more people? If 10 a.m. is convenient, okay, 11. Still get it from the same too early, Mr. Charles. Okay, maybe we make it 11 a.m. so that we must have finished stretching after our very interesting sleep. So 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Tomorrow is Friday. We respect the different religions we have. If we have our Muslim brothers amongst us, so we will observe your Jumat prayer with you. While we go on break, you go for Jumat once it is time. So that period will be having our break so that you can go for your Jumat. So 11 a.m. we are going to commence the training, and the break will be 1 hour break so that they can go for Jumat prayer. Thank you very much. 11 a.m. is the time. Please keep that time open. Thank you very much, dear participants. Congratulations once more for this knowledge. I believe and I pray in all honesty, and I know God will hear my prayer, that this knowledge will not just end in the chat room and during our conversation today, tomorrow, you will transmit it to the ends of the earth. Thank you very much. Do not forget to take your attendance. Before we will exit this, I will still, in fact, the link is already on the chat room. Please click, fill the attendance so that we will get to know how many we were today. We'll just have 5 minutes I will go silent, 5 minutes, we close. If there is any other concern, please raise your hand or mute us. If not, you are free to go. Enjoy the rest of your day. Dr.